You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome to King's Resort. Welcome to the Benelux Classics 2022. It's the main event and it's the final day. You are so welcome. We're absolutely buzzing to bring you this massive event, €400,000 plus in the prize pool. And you can see Chip Leader here on our feature table. She is a circuit ladies winner. It is our King's favourite, Anna Urdake from Romania. Anna Maria playing 9.4 million. And we can see the Dutch, very popular Dutch player, Jordi England, who's second in chips on this feature table, Shiki. We featured yesterday on our stream, very solid performance. Also there, Michelle Dorstein and Ving Tang, 24 big blinds. Chris Luce, 16 bigs. And another very experienced player, probably the most experienced on this feature table from Romania. It's Paul Kovacic, who is sitting on 12 big blinds. Paul Adrian Kovacic, 17th in the World Series of Poker Circuit main event recently for 10k, and runner-up in the German Poker Days high roller for 12k here in Kings some time ago. So seat one is Noodles. Looks to be the short stack on the table. Seat two was the Dutch player. That's Anna, sent to your screen. She's second overall in chips. Still chip leader. We featured Fernando on our stream last night. And we are off. This is the final day. And this lady is super skillful, very strong. 9.4 million. Anna Maria Urdake opens here with the ace jack suited. She makes it 280 with the big blind at 160. Well, that's not right. It has to be minimum 320. Well, it's 385 in fact. And it's folded around to Ving Tang, who is in seat number 7. He gets out of the way. That's Paul Kovacic from Romania also. And he's sitting on 1.9 million. Paul. This is Noodles, the shorty. Just 740 in a stack. Big blind 160. So he's going to have to generate something pretty rapidly. Anna Maria Cristina Urdake from Romania. Circuit winner. Anna. And also won the super high roller. Well, she didn't win it, in fact. She came second in the Stoos 1k high roller event here in Kings some time back. Now, Ving Tang, who's sitting on 3.9 million. The tournament average stack, I think it's approximately 4.2 million tournament average. Pretty much same average here on this table. We do have a giant stack here, Anna, but besides that, we do have a couple of shorties. So I think if you do the calculations, the table average is pretty similar to the tournament average. Seat 2 there, Michelle Dorstin scoops a pot. I did mention Fernando. We had him on yesterday's stream. Great character. Finished as the overnight big stack. Crazy. I mean, it was 12.5 million or something ridiculous he finished with, which is average stack for like 7-handed. So, I mean, you really couldn't make it up. But he is the type of player who could go wire to wire, you know. But let's see what happens here on our feature table. Ving Tang, suited king, one of three Dutch players on our feature table. In fact, we have 4 Dutch players. Now, Noodles, this is an opportunity for sure. Money will go in. What has he? 5 bigs? Less, 4.5 big blinds. So I guess this money will just go over the line, full amount. Pretty difficult to play it any other way. Noodles with the 10s. Money does go in. Fold by Michelle on the button position. But I think Anna's going to get caught here for about 4.5 bigs. 660. Well, it's costing her 4 bigs to call with the 6s. This will put a little dent in her stack, but won't really affect her position as the giant chip leader on this feature table. 2nd overall in the tournament. 3 tables in play, 23 players. Noodles all in the short stack with the 10s. Jam for 5 bigs and it's game over, unless something absolutely crazy like a 3-4, 7-8. 7-8 won't work. Jack is three, 4, perfect. And I needed after that 10 high flop. Noodles up to 1.8 million, 11 bigs, little bit of breathing space. Anna 8.8 million. White chips, of course, the high value chips in play, the 100Ks. On your screen there you see, well, we just had a quick glimpse of Lapshiki, Chris Lewis. Short stack gets a double. Noodles and Paul Kovacic, both now the shortest stacks in seat 1 and seat 8, to the left and right of the dealer. So under the gun is Jordi, who folds, and Ving Tang will be folding the 5 deuce. You can see the stream. Average top right there, 4.2 million. Paul Kovacic folds and action with Noodles, 5s. Perhaps another opportunity. Noodles moves in with the 5s, but unfortunately Chris Luce with the queens. Unfortunate for Noodles, just after doubling up with the 10s. But he does have the backdoor straight possibility, backdoor flush. Could happen, but not with that 10 of clubs. 5 and 5 only, but we did see the ace-5 folded on the graphic showing the other 5 in the bin. And another set, but not for the short stack. Noodles eliminated, 23rd place. A nice situation for Chris Luce. Gets his stack up to 4.5 million. $22 players left in the mix. They're all guaranteed 2k plus. Of course, pay jumps will start to really increase now over the next hour or two. Top prize €74,000. Chris Luce. Sorry, that was, apologies. Yeah, that was Chris Luce who had the queens there. Now, Ling Tang A7 folded. This is the short stack on the table now. Powell who folds. Mikel, but Durston folds, and now Anna Maria gets out of the way. Action, blind v blind. Chris gives a walk to Jordi, England. Just on the back of a very deep run in the WPT Deep Stacks in Amsterdam. Third, I believe. Dutch player. Showing real good form. He actually won the Omaha here the other night. I think Saturday night he won the pot limit Omaha event. Chopped it for about 2k. Very experienced online grinder now. Short stack under the gun, ace 10 is the time. 12 big blinds. What do you do with ace 10? 22 players left here. Paul Kovaciu from Romania, very experienced. Paul, multiple tournament winner, and he folds the ace 10. Interesting. Ling Tang in the big blind with the Queen Jack. Now Lapshiki is tricky. We had him on our stream last night. Opening here with a suited ace. So 350 raise from Lapshiki with the ace 7 suited, and Ving Tang, depending with the Queen Jack, he flops a good shot, but Lapshiki with top pair here, pretty comfortable continuation. His ace, he will feel. He is in control here. Interesting. The short stack under the gun. Paul Kovaciu. That ace 10 would have earned him a bunch of blinds. Who knows how much he would have won. Bing Tang, of course, going to check call. Flop. Queen Jack could possibly be ahead, but he does have that good shot. Hits his Queen or Jack, he'll feel he may go ahead. Now an 8 on the turn. Well, check back from Lapshiki. Not out of the question for Ving Tang and the big blind to have an 8 there. And now the 9, well, is there an opportunity for Ving Tang to steal this? Definitely is the answer. Lapshiki, well, he's the one with the ace. He's getting called on an ace 8-9 board, and then it runs out 8-9. So the probability of Ving Tang with an 8 or 9 in there is quite high. That's going through Lapshiki's mind. This is a horrible run out for him. And Ving Tang can steal this 1.6 million pot, but he gives up. Snap check back, I'd imagine, from Lapshiki. And opportunity you feel for the short stack of Powell Kovacic missed, but under the gun. I do get it, still a full table to go around. Decent pot for Lapshiki. Gets a stack up to about 5.5 million. Ving Tang posting small blind, and Paul Kovacic from Romania, the short stack, posting the big blind. Under the gun is Mikel Dorsten with the 8 deuce. 21 now left in the field. Another bust out on one of the outer tables. You're already on the button opening with the 9-10 suited. Now, Kovacic, suited king, big blind versus button open. He could 3-bet here. Decides just to make the call. Ace 9-7. Powell with the back doors. Yordi is connected with the 9. Second pair. I think it's safe enough for Yordi to continue here. It's going to hear from a lot of aces. Pre-flop. Powell check folds, leaves himself at 1.4. About 8.5 big blinds. If you've just tuned in, you're watching the Benelux Classics main event 2022. We are down to 21 players, I believe. Average stack around 4.5 million. And we're going to play till 16, pause the clock, redraw, come back with a brand new lineup for you. Overall tournament leader is Fernando from Austria. What we have second in chips is the lady you're about to see in your screen, center of your screen here. That's Anna Iordache from Romania, playing about 8.8 million. And Anna opening here. Blinds 80, 160. Not long left in this level actually, as we played some of this level last night when we paused the clock. Anna opens here with the ace-9 suited, and it's folded right around to Ving Tang on the button with the queen-5. He'll just let this go. Powell in the small blind folds just the big blind. Mikel Dorsten decides he's not interested in defending with the queen-2. Anna Maria Iordache takes down the pot. Chip leader, number 2 overall, 9 million stack. Average about 4.5, so twice the average for Anna Maria. She will post the big blind now, 160. Lapshiki with the 9-6. Folds, Chris loose, folds. This is Jordi Engelen, 6.1 million for Jordi. Now, Ling Tang certainly will be opening. He makes it 325 and Kovacic on the button with a suited ace versus a cut-off open. It's close this, and Paul Kovacic may go with it. Versus a button open, this ace-5, quite a powerful hand. Ace, of course, the key card. Blocking so many premiums, but he decides against 3-bet shoving. Mikkel Dorsten folds in the small blind, and Anna decides not to defend with the 10-6 off. Button moves. Ling Tang scoops the pot, gets him to 3.3 million average, about 4.5. Lipschicki, you can see opposite the dealer there. Baseball cap, black and white top. There on the left of your screen, the Nike top. Big blind and under the gun. Folding is Chris, and now Jordi Engelen, the accountant. He folds now. Same hand for Ving Tang. Ace Queen suited. Always going to be opening here. 20 big blind stack. Ace Queen suited. $325. Just a slight smudge over the min raise, but look at this. Anna Maria Borodake. 3-bet incoming. Same hand. In the small blind position, there's the 3-bet. Looks like about 900k. $880 precisely. Lapshicki not going to waste any time. He snap folds the King-7, and this is tough. Ving Tang, I mean, this is really tough. It's a huge percentage of a stack. 550k. It's close to 20%. So, interesting decision for Ving Tang. He's all options, of course, open. He could fold. I don't expect him to, but it is an option. Could flat call. Does have the benefit of position. And he could 4-bet rip. And I think all options are credible. I think the longer it goes on, the more he will lean towards a fold. A couple of reasons, I guess, for this line of thought. Well, Anna Maria has him covered. This 3-bet from the small blind looks pretty strong. I guess it's down to his perception of what type of player Anna Maria is. How likely she would be to do this. Well, this is a pretty strong move from Ving Tang. He makes a stand. And Anna Maria Borodake, well, this is tough, but she's so much in, I think she has to call. It's like bad business, 3-betting, and then having to fold. She's 900k invested and not realizing her equity by folding is real bad business. But the problem she has is ace king is a reality. That's the problem. This 4-bet shove, ace king is a real concern. Kings are concern, of course, or aces. What hands is she beating? Does ace jack do this? No. So it's tough for her to make the call, but she's so much invested. She goes, let's do this. She'll be relieved, more relieved. Ving Tang kind of skirmishes. He got the money in first. Probably felt could have got a fold from an ace queen suited. Some players do fold ace queen suited there. Oh boy, not good. Not good, this flop for Ving Tang. And it's absolutely brutal. So harsh. Made a strong play. I like what he did there. Almost got the fold from Anna Marie. Anna Marie made the call. The same hands were tabled. Flush draw on the flop. And Anna Marie completed the flush on the turn to have her opponent, Ving Tang, drawing dead, eliminated now in 21st, I believe. 12 million stack. For Anna Maria Yordake. Just 6 players on our feature table, 7 on both outer tables, 20 players left. And the new blind level has been announced, which is 100k, 200k. Now, Yordi under the gun, you can see the top right graphic there showing the average close to 5 million. 20 players, 6 on this feature table. And then we've 2 outer tables, 7 on each. And Powell Kovacic. Well, I mean, it's time to put the money in. Can't afford for the button to run through him again. And he lets rip. I think it's going to get Yordi to fold, to be honest. Queen 10 off. A little bit loose from the Dutch online grinder. He is quality, this guy. Originally from Italy, I believe. AC Milan fan. But he'll do the mathematics because it is close. Queen 10 costing him almost $1 million. But I think it's just a couple of blinds too much. This Queen 10 is crushed quite often. That's the problem he has, but he's too much invested. He's hating life at the moment. And he hates it even more now that he sees that he's not live. That's what he was hoping. He could be up against 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s. Flip situation. Even against Ace Jack, King Jack. He's not in bad shape, but look at this. He spikes a queen. I mean, Kovacic is just drawing to the ace of clubs. Absolutely brutal, but now this diamond picks up a bunch of more outs for the Romanian Paul Kovacic, the most experienced player on this table. He gets the diamond on the river, stoic in his expression. He's been here, he's done it. And Jordi has to pay his opponent off. It was a big call. I knew it was close. Still leaves him on average stack. But giving a player like Paul Kovacic a lifeline like that is not ideal if you're one of his opponents on this feature table. Jordi Engelin doubles up the Romanian Paul Kovacic. And you can see a massive difference there. Like, all the players are 25 bigs and under, apart from Anna Maria, who is sitting on a monster stack, 62 bigs. Now, a Powell with the sixes. Another bust out from the outer tables, so 19 left. 1% of the original starting field left in this Benelux Classics main event 2022. They've all locked up 2.5k. Now, Kovacic makes it 450. Chris Loose in the small blind with the king 9. This should be just binned, I think. And Jordi should defend with an ace in the big blind. Ace can be ahead here on occasions. He's getting a big price, 250 to call, so of course he makes the call. And there it is, 250. But Kovacic in real good shape here versus the ace-6. Jordi Engelin checks now. Kovacic, does he continue with his sixes on this 10-8-3 board? Looks at a stack, which is an indication to me that he's going to continue. But then he decides to check back 5 on the turn. Jordi Engelin has absolutely none of this, but perhaps the door is open. Now, this guy has a lot of quality. That check back on the flop. And this 5, well, there's not too many 5s in Paul Kovacic's range. So Jordi Engelin has pounced on this, but look at this. This guy is strong. Paul Kovacic, that check back. He knows that it's likely he's going to be faced with a bet. This king will just shut the action down. Jordi just can't bet this king. It's like this king could favour a Paul so much. Ace king, a realistic probability. And that would check back probably the flop and float turn. So it's gone check check as expected, and that's a sizable pot. Now Paul Kovacic goes up to 4.4 million. Bigger stack than Jordi, who's down to 3.7. I don't blame him for firing that turn, but Paul Kovacic read it pretty much for what it is. Had the strength to make the call. Took down the pot button moves. Under the gun here is Mikel Dorsten from Holland. Mikel sitting on about 3.5 million with 3.7. And he looks down at king 9. 18 left, top right field size. So the average stack now about 5.5 million. And it's bolted around to the button. Chris Loose on the button. 5.5 million is the average stack. 18 left. No defend from Kovacic. Kovacic has made some real decent progress. Up to 4 million. This player in your screen there, center of your screen, is Chris Luce. He's had a good start also to this feature table. One of 3 tables still in play. 18 players, 6 players on each table. When down to 16, we'll pause the clock. This is your chip leader, joint tournament leader. Under the gun, folding the 7-4. Lapshiki, don't know where he goes, what he does, but it's definitely losing money by not being at the table when you're dealt a hand. Now, Jordi Engelen on the button, 3.6 million, 18 bigs, and he decides to let rip. I don't mind this because we're going to see how it's getting hands that he's flipping against to fold. Like this one here, the King Jack. Paul Kovacic, you just can't call this. 3.5 million all in. And Mikael Dorsten folds the 6-5 in the big blind. Jordi wins a pot. That will steady things up. An accountant by trade, I'm told. But he hasn't had it his own way so far. Started this feature table close to 6 million. But let's see how things unfold. Right now it's Anna in the big blind. She's got all the chips. And it looks like Chris making most of the progress. He's up about 2 million since the start of this stream. Chris Luce in the hijack position here. Lapshiki not at the table, but Jordi will open Ace Queen. This can't see him jamming here for 20 bigs, but let's see what the size is. Looks like 450. Big blind 200. Well, it's 400 exactly. Paul Kovacic, well, he's in the tank. Jordi's been way more active than any other player, so Kovacic just considering playing back with an ace, but then decides against. Not really liking this call in the small blind. Queen 10 suited. Mikael is out of position. Does flop a good shot, but I really can only see one outcome here. Jordi Engelen with the ace queen will take this down. He does check back. Well, the gut shot, 9 ball, corner pocket, makes a straight for Mikael Dorstein. I didn't even see Anna Marie in the hand. She's picked up a flush draw. Well, this is a kind of card that could favour Anna. This 8 on the river, but she decides to check back, and the straight will win the hand. I think she could have stole it. That was a horrible card for Michelle. $18 left in the Benelux Classics main event. That's what we're watching. Now, under the gun, we have Chris who snap folds. This is Jordi England decides to let that one go. 3.7 million in the stack. Coverchew, I think, will open here. Good opposition, pair of fives. And there it is, 425. Raise size with the big blind at 200,000. And it's folded around to Laps Shiki, who comes back just in time to play his big blind. Looks down at 10-9. Now this guy is tricky. Put in a really good session yesterday on our live stream. I think he was the only remaining original player from the lineup. Both have something here. Flush draw for Powell. Lapshiki has made top pair. Continuation for Powell Kovacic, but we're going to see a call from Lapshiki. $275, check call, top pair. Lapshiki's going to hate that. Kovacic, well, he's made a flush. I think he just checks back here. And now his hand is, even though he's made a set in the river, his hand's got worse. Laps Shiki just checks as that 10 of clubs, but unfortunately it's not. We're going to see a check back, I think, from Kovacic, and he wins another pot and he gets a stack up close to 5 million. Now, big slick for Yordi, under the gun. Min race with the big slick. Kovacic, 4.9 million, some real good progress. Michel Dorston calls the 400k. Now, Anna Maria, well, yeah, I think she's picked a spot here. That flat call from the Dorston incentivized her to 3-bet, but it's not worked out. She's going to have to fold here. 2.4 million. I mean, you kind of wonder if Anna Maria could see Yordi's hand, would she make the call? She'd be tempted. 9-8 suited. That's a good outcome for Yordi. No pair, but takes down a pretty sizable pot. 18 players left here at the Benelux Classics. There's over 400k in the prize pool. And now we're looking at Paul Kovacic, who's top of the cumulative chips statistic. He's the player that's accumulated the most chips so far on this feature table, but still big stack is Anna Maria. Folded around to the blinds. Jordi back up to where he started, 5.5 million. Folds the 9-3. And a Paul Kovacic up to 5.4 million. You can see the top right graphic has down clicked to 17. So 17 players left in the mix. We're on the final 2 table bubble. All of these 17 players guaranteed 2,780. Top 5, of course, all guaranteed 25k minimum, which is huge bubble between 5th and 6th. Top 5, of course, the payout includes the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat, Anna Maria Ordake, with the ace king and the hijack, which makes it 450. Lapshiki snap folds the ace 9, and Jordi doesn't want to defend. Powell won't be showing much interest with 6-3 offsuit. Now, this is Lapshiki, folds the jack 9, Chris folds, Jordi on the button, 10-2 off, not interested, blind v blind, Kovacic, real stickler this guy, very strong, and small blind, just won't give up his blinds easy. Dorston checks his option, King 7 in the big blind. Kovacic limps in with the 9-6. Flops a pair and a flush draw. I think it's strong enough board for him to continue. There's the 300k 50% pot size bet. And Dorston will just fold the King 7. $5.5 million for Kovacic. Button moves and he will now be in that button position. Blinds will be Dorston and Anna Maria Ordake. Posting big blind under the gun, Lapshiki. You see here, sent to your screen. Under the gun, the jack 10 off. Chris loose folds the 8-6. Jordi will probably open this cut off folded around to him. Very active. This guy is ambitious and he's got the skill level. 5.4 million decides against opening, but Paul Kovacic, who for me is the standout player of this table so far, he makes it 4-2-5 with the King Queen. Fold that ace 10 I thought was a little bit nitty when he was short, but the proof is in the pudding. He's sitting here on average stack, and he's going to scoop this pot also. And Maria has absolutely none of this. She will check fold. Small continuation bet from Paul Kovacic, and Maria not interested, and Kovacic up to 6.1 million. So 17 players left. All of these 17 players have secured a payday of €2,780. Of course, it's 74,000. The first place prize that is the attention of these players. Now Kovacic with the Queen Jack suited, cut off. It's all too easy at the moment for Kovacic. And Michelle Dorston on the button here versus cut off open. Could have 3-bet with this hand, but decides just to flat. And Lapshiki getting very attractive pot odds. What's on the additional 225,000? Three, 3, 4, 2 hearts. Everyone has missed. A Paul Kovacic. Small bet here would win it, I think. And this will get rid of a Dorston. He'll fold the King Jack, no heart in there. Can't call here. Not with Lapshiki still in the hand. Lapshiki is the player most likely to have a 3. Lapshiki is snap folded. Another million profit or so for Paul Kovacic, who's starting to establish himself on this table as the captain. This is real good progress. He's 4x'd his chip stack. Yordi under the gun. Not interested. Paul Kovacic. King Deuce chip leader. Not in the hand, and Kovacic in the zone here. Dorston, well, he's decided he's had enough. Kovacic is just running rampant on this table for the last orbit. So Dorston decides, well, you know what, you can't have it all the time, and has 3-bet to 1 million with 6-3. Snap fold from Chris, and it's folded right around Kovacic. Folds, and you can see Michelle Dorston wins a nice pot. Interesting hand choice, the 3-bet, but you could see from the last hand with the King Jack, he wanted to raise Kovacic on the flop, but he had that pressure of Lapshiki still in the hand. But he jumped on the opportunity when Kovacic opened again. Now, and Maria, 10 million stack, not interested. Chris not interested in fighting for the blinds. Jordi England gets a walk with 7-6 offsuit. This is the Benelux Classics main event. Player you see is Michelle Dorston in the centre of your screen. 10-5. Now Anna Maria Iordake with the 10-9 in the hijack position. She's going to open. She makes it 450, but Lapshiki with the goods here. Anna Maria's, her timing has been a little off today. It's going to get it shoved back in her face here again from the player next to her with the kings. Lapshiki, 1.5. Snap fold from Anna Maria. Still sitting on about 9.5 million, and Lapshiki scoops the pot. Blind still 100k, 200k. We're still on 17 players. One more bust out, and then we'll do a total redraw. We'll have 2 tables remaining, 8 players in each table. Meanwhile, there's a graphic displayed in your screen showing you the chip counts for all of these 6 players, and it's Romania number 1 and 2. Short stack is Chris, although plenty of depth in these stacks. No one in any real big danger. Now, back to work. Anna Maria opens once more, 450 with the king 9 suited. Folded around to Paul Kovacic. Pocket sevens, small blind, puts in the additional 350. And Michelle Dorston getting pretty decent price in the big blind, 250 to call. 1.4 million out there, so he makes the call. Now, pair for Anna Maria. Kovacic will show interest with that good shot. Sevens could still be in the lead. Anna Maria, second pair, she's going to continue. 1.6 million in the pot. Kovacic, pocket sevens, small blind, 2 blockers to the nuts. Good check raise, you know. Wow, didn't expect to fold. Did not expect to fold. And Dorston leaves himself with about 19 big blinds. 3.8 million in his stack. That's your chip leader. This woman took down the ladies' gold ring event during the January World Series of Poker Circuit Festival here in Kings. And also heads up in the Super High Roller during the Stus. That's the Polish kind of poker championship that's hosted here in Kings. 1k buy-in. Anna Maria came second in that. Now Jordi is going to be opening. Jordi Engelen 5.4 million. Average, I believe, 5.7. Good shot for Anne-Marie. And Jordi. Top pair, backdoor flush. Backdoor straight. Fires 400k. Anna Maria not finished yet, but she's drawn pretty slim here. 9 no good, 8 no good. Ace on the turn, Jordi Engelen. Well, he could check back here, but I expect him to continue again. A hand containing a 10 or a 6 would likely call him. Well, he does check back. This is really interesting. Jordi has rivered quads. That check back is going to earn him about $1 million, perhaps more. Looks like 1.1 million. Well, it's 1 million even, and it's great scenario. You're sitting there with the absolute nuts, and your opponent is betting into you. That check back on the turn has given Jordi a 1 million bonus. Fortunately, he was thinking he was up against a hand containing a 10 that might call him. 7.5 million now in his stack. Jordi Engelen from Holland. The accountant goes to second in chips, and Amaria still chip leader, 8.3 million. Short stacks, Michelle Dorsten and Chris Luce sitting on 17 and 18 big blinds. Now Dorsten raising on the button here, but Anna Maria with the goods and a 3-bet incoming. Looks like 1.2 million. Well, closer to 1.3. Lapshicki quickly folds, and Dorsten, well, of course he's suspicious. Is this girl at it? That's what he's thinking. But let's go the A7 suited. Anna Maria takes down a pot that brings her stack up over 9 million once again. Button position for Anna Maria. Small blind is posted by Lapshicki, and then the big blind is Chris Luce under the gun Jordi Engelen. There's the chip counts, 17. We're on the final 2-table bubble. Next player to go bust. Well, they'll receive 2,780, but the final 16 players then in the redraw for the final two tables, and we're going to have a brand new feature table for you that we will stream. We're going to stay here for the entire evening until we have a winner of this Benelux Classics 2022. Who that will be, I do not know. But I have my ideas. A Paul Kovacic with the deuces. Makes it 450. Anna Maria with an ace in the big blind. But it's Lapshiki. In the small blind with King Jack suited, he folds. Well, he doesn't. He's put in the 350 and we're going to see a flop. Ace 6 deuce bottom set for Kovacic. And I tell you who avoided a lot of trouble was Anna Maria. She would have flopped top pair. Kovacic. Just going to take this down. Now, sevens for Michel Dorston. The shortest stack on the table. Let's rip. Big blind now, 250. So, just 9. Well, he's more. He's about 13 bigs in a stack. Let's rip with the sevens. And Lapshiki can't call this. There's a couple of reasons why he can't call. First is his hand strength. Ace 6 off. I mean, he's just flipping, best case scenario. Second is his position. There's still both small and big blinds still to act. And it's not out of the question for one of these players to pick up an absolute monster. So this is just not really a credible decision. Yordi England with the 9-10 suited. Well, I mean, if he could see Dorston's hand, I think he'd be making the call there. 2 overs, suited, connected. But Michel Dorston takes down the pot. And there is 750 out there pre-flop. Any viewers just tuning in, much appreciate you coming online. This is King's Resort. This is the Benelux Classics. This event has a €400,000 guarantee, just for a 250 buy-in. This is one of our tournament leaders, Anna Maria Iordache from Romania, opening here with the 9-8 suited. Yordi in the small blind with a small pair. I guess he just lets this go. But it looks like he wants to get sticky. I can't see him flatting. These twos, they just don't flop so well. These small pairs. out of position, and instead of 3-betting, he folds, and Powell defends. And Powell has made a pair. Anna Maria, well, she is certainly going to continue here on this ace high board. She's the player that would be more likely to have a hand containing an ace, given that she's raised in the hijack. But look at this, a Powell Kovacic with the check raise. I mean, this is just super strong. I like it. Didn't want to have to check call a big bet in the turn, so he's just finding out exactly where he's at here. Is he up against an ace? And in fact, this check raise, even some aces fold to this. It does really look strong. Anna Maria cannot do anything. And I mean, it's incredible. This guy has come to the top of the food chain. Was the super short stacked player at one stage, but the most experienced on this feature table. Incredible progress from Powell Kovacic, multiple tournament winner, and he gets his stack up over 8 million. Average, I believe, is 5.7 million. That's Anna Maria Yordake in the center of your screen. Still well above average, over 8 million still in her stack. Under the gun, ace jack suited. Anna Maria fires once again. She makes it 5-2-5, and it's folded right around to her nemesis, Powell Kovacic, in the small blind here with sixes. Makes the call. Mikael Dorstein with 9-5 off. Can't afford to put in another blind and a half, so decides to just fold his 9-5 off, and we're going to go and see a flop. King 9 deuce, one club, and Anne-Marie, interesting. Snap check back. Didn't want to get check raised like what happened on the last hand. So Kovacic will feel he's good here, and he's going to lead out 300,000, but Anna Maria with that draw to the nuts. Ace or jack works also. Misses everything. Kovacic improves. Makes a full boat, and he's just trying to consider how to get more money in the pot. Check raise is an option, but the problem there, given that he's out of position, could be checked back and he'd miss out on any value. Hand like tens, jacks, queens all call, but it's end of hand for Anna Maria Yordake, who snap folds. 9.5 million for Kovacic. It's one-way traffic here on our feature table. Still 17 left in the mix, and I mean, it's just a completely different scoreboard. It really is. Anna Maria Yordake still above average, but you feel psychologically this downward trend may affect her. 12 million a couple of orbits ago. But then on the flip side, Powell Kovacic, who was the short stack, now a very sizable chip advantage. Chris needs to make something happen pretty soon. I think this could be it for him. The King Queen. I'm just putting it all in here. 12 bigs, but he decides to min raise. Big blind 250. He's 12 big blinds in a stack. Coverchew on a bit of a heater on the button here with Jack 10 suited, but this looks strong from Chris in the hijack position. Given his stack size, 12 bigs, opening to 2 bigs. Well, he's going to have to call. Chris is going with this hand, no doubt in my mind. Well, King and Queen being folded. Chris has to go with this. He says, yeah, has to go with it. And the equity is pretty close. You would think the King Queen would be a bigger favourite. But given the card removal, graphics take this into consideration. Powell, Coverchew, Jack 10, Deuce, Deuce 9. Did we see Deuce 2s folded? I think we did, you know. Someone flopped quads there. 5 in the turn. King Queen good here. Big favourite Chris to double through. Powell, Coverchew. And he does get his double. And a little misstep there from Coverchew. I didn't expect him to do that, to be honest. Given Chris's stack size, it looked pretty strong that open from the hijack position. I mean, it's King Queen, it's pretty much bottom of his range, but still way ahead of the Jack 10 suited. Having said that, when they went on the backs, there wasn't much in it. And the dealer just counting the stack of Chris loose, and a Powell, a Coverchew will have to pay the full amount. I'm told there is a bust out. So we are down to 16 players. We're going to do a redraw. And we will be back in about 15 minutes to bring you all the action from this Benelux Classics 2022. Do stay with us until then.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back to King's Resort. This is the Benelux Classics, down to just 16 players. All of these players have locked up 2,780, but it's 74,000 up top. And look, we have left-hand side of your screen from last night's stream. Fernando was the overnight chip leader, 12.5 million, now sitting on 13 million. And right next to him, we have the World Series of Poker Circuit Gold Ring winner, Anna Maria Iordake, who you see in the centre of your screen here, folding the King 6. Then we have Chris Luce, who we featured on our earlier stream. Chris got that significant double up last hand versus Paul Kovacic. And this is Enrico. Unbelievable progress, Enrico. Just a couple of million late last night, and he's sitting here. Second in chips overall, Enrico. Ace King suited makes it 550k. And teaser folds, and this is Frederick. On the button folds, seat 1, Tim folds, and Fernando in the big blind folds. And that brings Enrico up to the top of the chip count graphic. We've raced off the orange chips and we've introduced the pink chips. Now, center of your screen, Anna Maria posting big blind. Chris folds under the gun. Enrico, very strong, very capable. Taser with the sevens here in the hijack. Taser getting dag. 2.6 million, one of the short stacks. He is the shortest on the table. He's just got 10 bigs. I reckon he just lumps it all in. Well, he more or less saying he's totally committed here. Taser takes it down. Blinds 125, 250. $1,966 entries, creating a prize pool of over 400,000, 410,000 exactly. And we have 74,000 for the winner of this event. This is Johans, who viewers will know as Laps Shiki, but now describing his proper name. I say proper. Nicknames are proper also. Players entitled to go under an alias. This is Tim the Schoolmaster in seat 1. He folds, and now Fernando. Breath of fresh air, this guy. Opening on the button, of course he will, with the Queen 9. And no interest from Chris in the big blind. Fernando back up to 13 million. So I was just saying about the race off of the orange chips. They were the 5k chips, and now we have these pink chips which are valued at 500,000. Greens are 25k and the whites are 100,000. And that gentleman on your screen is Fernando from Austria, joint chip leader, along with this gentleman in the centre of your screen, Enrico, posting, well, he's posting big blind 250, correct? Under the gun, Johans, he folds, taser, Gettendag, 3.2 million, 13 bigs. He folds, and Frederick with the 10-8 hands the cards to the dealer. Tim folds. So it's blind v blind. It's going to be an interesting battle here. Between Chris Luce and Enrico Zandig. Chris here with the goods in the small blind, ace, queen. Enrico with a king. Not going to give up quite yet. King high can be good here in this situation quite often. Both miss. Ace high in the lead. Out of position, Chris checks. Enrico, super strong player, this guy. Checks back. Now, 5 on the turn, which gives Enrico the good shot. I think he's going to fire now, Enrico. Check to him twice. Needs to go big though. There's 1.3 million in the pot. I expect about 500 or 600k. Makes it 475. And I think the idea from Chris checking both streets first to act is he's going to check call. I expect a check call here with ace queen. Ace high can be in the lead. And if not, he can always hit his ace or queen. So he does check call, turn bet here, and he'll reassess the situation. Well, nice life for Enrico. 150k on a roulette table. Not too long ago, Enrico. He is a punter, but believe me, super sharp tournament player. And scoops sizable pot that brings him up to 14 million. He is our #1 chip stack left in the tournament leader, and not a guy you want with chips if you're sitting as a player on that table. Very left of your screen you can see Anna Maria had all the chips at one stage, still okay. Right of your screen, Lapshiki, but his real name now described in the graphics, Johans Kissel, and he's posting big blind. But look at this, taser, Gettendag. Looks down at Cowboys. Average stack 6.1 million, which is about 25 bigs. Still loads of time left in this blind level. Half an hour, I believe. Now Frederick, 9-10 suited, looks interested, but again hands the cards to the dealer. Snap fold from Tim and Fernando. Oh wow, what a setup. Bye bye taser, nice knowing you. And just look at Anna Maria, your Dake. Bullets. All she's thinking, how do I get all the money over the line? And I like this rip. It's like, it certainly doesn't look like aces. Chris is wasting time here. Come on, Chris. We get paid by the hour, my friend. You're costing people money. There's no decision to be made. He doesn't know the actions on him, perhaps. He's having a little snooze. Chris is actually asleep, would you believe? And Enrico needs to give him a little bit of a nudge. Chris loose. He's in dreamland. He's thinking about winning the event. Looks around and he smiles because he didn't realize the action was on him. And now Enrico snap folds. And back to Taser, who just snaps up, buzzing with himself until he sees the situation and he just flips over the cards in disgust, puts his jacket on. King folded from small blind is not really good for Taser, halving his outs. Clubs are covered, hearts are covered. It's brutal. One out. King of spades. It's in the deck somewhere. Can he find it? Three of clubs on the turn. Flush no good for Taser. And the jack on the river. End of story. Looks disgusted. Eliminated. It is tough to get this far. You outlast thousands of players, literally. We'd almost 2,000 players in this field, down to just 15 now with the elimination of Taser Gettendag in 16th place. All of these remaining players have guaranteed themselves €3,139, and that is a really juicy pot for the Romanian player Ana Maria Iordache, the World Series of Poker Circuit Gold Ring winner. Ana Maria now up to 10 million. Sat in 12 million at one stage. Average is around 6.5 million. And just to let the viewers who've recently tuned in know what they're watching, it's the Benelux Classics. You see it in the back graphics on the wall there. And this is third in chips, 10 million stack, Ana Maria Iordache. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from this lady. Very strong, very solid, really good presence about her on this table and the last stream as well. Knows where she's at. Her timing, of course, was off on a few hands, but even after having to 3-bet fold a few hands, very comfortable. Now this is the sickest flop you can get between two players holding these cards. Queen Jack, 8-7 suited. I mean, a lot of money could be shoveled in here. Frederick defending in the big blind with the Queen Jack. And he decides to check raise, and Ana Maria can't wait to get her money in here. 8-7 of diamonds. Well, she just check calls. Sorry, she just calls the re-raise. Deuce is a blank. Frederick now moves in. That was the problem with the call from Ana Maria Iordache. If you're missing the turn, you're not really getting the right price to make the call. It's like 3.6 million into a 7.6 million pot. It's like 2 to 1. She's not going to realize her equity here, Ana Maria Iordache. So she's just asking, these white chips should be at the front of the stack. And Frederick should be just making it easy for the dealer. Hand him the chips. Now, Frederick's not that comfortable. He's not liking this. He's thinking, hold on a minute. Am I up against a superior queen? But I think this stage he's probably gets snapped off from king, queen, ace, queen. Frederick. Going to win the pot. Ana Maria doesn't get to see the river. Shows Anna Maria the Queen. Frederick wins a very sizable pot, brings him up to about 7 million, I believe. Button moves. Empty seat did belong to Taser Gettendag, who ran his kings into aces. Now, Fernando under the gun, ace queen. You can see the graphic, 14 left. That means we have had a bust out on the outer table. Frederick, 7.5 million in a stack. He folds. And Tim in the big blind decides not to defend. Fernando posting blinds here. This is the Benelux Classics. We're down to 14 players. One of these remaining players will be awarded that €74,000 first place payout. What a score. Credible. Now, Anna Maria under the gun, ace 10 suited. She'll open here for sure. You can see the top right graphic showing the average stack at 7 million flat. Anna Maria opens to 525. Big blinds 250. Frederick will be folding on the button once he looks down. 9-4 offsuit. Not liking this. Oh boy. Oh, hello, aces. Well, this is why I don't like this call from Tim. He's not closing the action. And his hands, I mean, it's just hand value is just so weak, out of position. Burning up chips, and Fernando shows the bullets. It's your chip leader, Fernando from Austria, overnight chip leader. Now, Enrico. Ace Queen suited. Playing double the average. Enrico has average stack for 700. There's a lot of chips on this table. We have Fernando sitting on 14 million also. That's Fernando folding in the small blind. And Anna Maria folds the king deuce in the big blind. Now, this is Enrico. Big stack, 7-3, no good. He folds, and this is Lapshiki Johannes Kissel. Ace Jack suited. Johannes just sitting with 12 bigs. Let's rip for the full amount. Frederick, not sure what he's thinking about with 8 deuce. Tim snap folds. Fernando folds. Big blind not interested. Chris loose folds. I mean, there's a blast of blinds here. There's like 220, 230 bigs on this table. Average stack on this table is about 40 bigs. So you get that. And that's one of the reasons for a redraw every so often. One table could have like a disproportionate amount of big blinds than the other table. That's why it's mixed up. Of course, it's completely random. Now, under the gun is our friend Lapshiki, Johannes Kissel. Folds the 9-6, but Frederick, well, I'm surprised Frederick folded 8s. I'm not sure. Did I read that right? Graphic is down clicked in the top right showing there's a busted out player. So 13, they're going out pretty fast. Everyone guaranteed 3.5k. Small blind, Chris loose here, A6, and he raises once again. Last orbit he lost a sizable pot to Enrico, and Enrico, well, he's not going to be folding 10-9. He puts in the additional 300k. We're going to go and see a flop A6 versus 10-9. Chris Lose has connected, top pair. But Enrico has a piece of this. This is a really good check back from Enrico. The snap check back. I mean, that's a quality check back. Could have been check raised. Be put in a real tough spot. Have to fold, not realise his equity, but now on the turn he can comfortably call this bet. Enrico with the pair, he has a 2-pair draw, trip draw. $500k, he's not folding. There's the 500k, go to the river. Chris loose, top pair, oh boy. How bad does this get? That's the question. It's bad. That is the answer. Yeah, I mean, if Chris bets here, Enrico's going to put them all in. And I think if I'm Chris, I call. I think I do. Looks like he's bet around 1.1 million. Well, it's a lot less. It's 750k. So he's left himself with 11 bigs. But can he get away? Pink chips are going to go over the line. Enrico looking at the stack size of Chris. There's the pink chips over the line. Take that. Chris hates it. Absolutely hates it. Oh, wow. I mean, Chris reshoved. Don't see the idea of that. Could have left himself with something. Chris loose. Busto. He's gone, I believe, in 13th. And that leaves 12 players. And Enrico, massive, massive chip leader, close to 20 million. You can see it there, 75 big blinds in a stack. 19 million. Fernando, second with 14 million. Frederick, 7.5 million. Anna Maria Yordake, 7.2 million. And then the two short stacks, Tim the Schoolmaster on 14 bigs, and Lepschicki Johannes Kissel also sitting on 14 big blinds. Massive pot. And coming to the end of this 125-250 blind level. $12 remain. You can see the field size top right. Frederick making it 1.1 million with the pocket nines. And Anna Maria Yordake, ace queen. Are we going to see a 3-bet? These players of history. Ace queen for Anna Maria. Well, surely she's not going to fold to 1-bet. But the size, I'm just after noticing, the size of this bet is a 4.5x. That's what's troubling Anna Maria. And that's why she folded the ace queen. Huge sizing from Frederick. Just catching up with some of the chat there. Never raise, all in a fold. Yeah, probably. Still think she can call there. She has position. Yeah, she can call, I think. Four bigs, 4.5 bigs. Ace queen. And did Marco Herman get through from last night? Yes, he certainly did get through. Where he is now and what the story is, I have no idea. Didn't feature Marco on our stream today. Seems to be a lot of action on that outer table. Meanwhile, we have Enrico with the flush draw. Fernando betting out here. Connects with the turn. These are the two biggest stacks on the table. Fernando now makes 2 pair. Fernando up to 16 million. Enrico still the chippy with 17 million. Average is less than half that, I think, around 8.5 million. So 12 of these players left, all guaranteed 3.5k. Now, Maria, well, you can see top right, there's just 11 now. So payouts gone up to close to 4k, an average stack close to 9k. Well, close to 9 million, should I say. This is Anna Maria Iordake with the ace queen suited, making it 700k. But look at this. Johannes Kissel with the queens. He's going to 3-bet rip. And Frederick should be just snap folding here. Likes to take his time. Cards go over nice and slow. Tim the Schoolmaster snap folds, and it's going to be a snap call from Anna Maria with the ace queen suited. Johannes Kissel in great shape here. But it always impresses me the equity of a suited ace. Ace queen suited versus queens. There's still 3 aces in the deck. Backdoor straight possibility, backdoor diamonds, but that's all dissipated now with that 9 of spades on the turn. 4 on the river. Clean double for Johannes Kissel. Leaves Anna Maria now as the short stacked player. 11 remain. 9 million average stack. All of these 11 remaining players have locked up 4,000, close to 4,000 euro. Remember, top 5, all minimum payout for top 5 is 25k, which includes World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. That's your chip leader on the left of the screen, Enrico, and center of your screen, that is Johannes Kissel. His queens hold against the ace queen. Close to that final table, 11 players remain. Big stack is Enrico. You can see the graphic there is showing just shy of 9 million is the average stack. This is Johannes Kissel. $6.5 million in his stack. And he opens to 700k, it looks like. Frederick, nice and calm, nice and cool, gives the cards to the dealers. This Schoolmaster is the short stack. Anne Marie moves in here with the jacks. She might get called, you know. No, she's not going to get called. Ace 9 goes in the bin. Jacks. For Anna Maria Yordake. Johannes Kissel with ace-9, but Johannes can't call this. 3.3 million is 60% of his remaining stack. Johannes Kissel gets the count though, no harm. Find out what's in your opponent's stack. But we're going to take a couple of seconds more and then we're going to see Johannes Kissel fold ace-9. Does the mathematics, but I really don't see him making a call here. He's crushed so often. Very few hands he's beating. Can't really think of any that would do this. Maybe King Queen suited. Even then it's a flip. But most of the times he's dominated or absolutely crushed. And you can see the percentages here. Johannes Kissel will be folding, in my opinion. And just while we wait for Johannes to make that decision, I want to quickly mention, I know this is super exciting watching the final 11 players of this Benelux Classics, but there's another huge festival starting this week in King's Resort. It's the Eureka Tour, 2 million guaranteed for the entire tour. The opening event is the Bounty 400k, then we have the warm-up, and the warm-up event has 200,000 guaranteed, main event 1 million guaranteed. Still waiting for Kissel to fold. He will fold, 100% will fold. He's grabbing chips as if he's putting them in. He's not going to put them in. Anna Maria takes down the pot. That'll work for her. Steady the ship. She has lost a lot of chips. 12 million a couple hours ago. But you do get the feel from Anna Maria, her temperament is very solid. And I mean, a lot of players with that kind of a downswing will be affected, no doubt. But this lady comes across as pretty calm, pretty composed, and liking quite a lot what I've seen from her seat in the last few hours. Frederick, 9-6 cards over the line. Now Tim has to make a move. Money is in here. If I'm Tim, I'm putting it in. 2.9 million. Big blind is now 300k. He's got less than 10 bigs. Picks up an ace in the cutoff, folded around to him. Of course he shoves, has to. Gets it through. Gets a couple of blinds in his stack. A little bit of breathing space. And Fernando still talking to the cocktail waitresses. Orders refreshments. Blind level 150, 300k. Tim, the schoolmaster, pocket fives. I like this. You cannot just sit back, get blinded out. You got to come out. You got to fight. You got to make a play. And this shove, you can see the huge benefits of ripping here. All these hands he's flipping against, like King 9 in the big blind, just has to fold. And Tim has added quite a percentage increase to a stack just by shoving these last couple of hands, taking down the blinds and the big blind ante. Tim Schoolmasters, or Tim the Schoolmaster as he is known. Nice play from Kissel, button open. Well, this is interesting. Frederick with the goods here. Enrico opened on the button. I really like this rip from Kissel. I like it because the ace in his hand is blocking so many premium hands that Enrico could possibly have. And a button open from the giant stack at the table. This open is from such a wide range. Ace 8 here is ahead a bunch of times. And another reason I like it is there's some hands that he's not ahead of will fold. Like Ace 9 will fold here, I think. And lots of small little pairs. So I really like this 3-bet shove from Johannes Kissel. It's well reasoned and it's definitely a plus EV. Now the only potential, and I say only, it's pretty significant problem, is the big blind wakes up with a hand, and the big blind has woken up with a hand, but I don't think it's strong enough to continue given the interest and action so far. You can see Frederick is very uncomfortable, but eights really is not a call in this position. We have an open on the button and an all-in rip from Kissel, and Frederick in the tank can't call. I mean, if he could find the call, it would be golden for him, because he'd have Kissel in all kinds of bad shape. Kissel didn't like that tank from Frederick. He thought he might have run into it, and Kissel just asking Frederick what he had. This is the Benelux Classics. It's the main event, final day, and we're rapidly approaching that final table. We have 6 players on our feature table. Fernando absent presently. We've 5 on our outer table, 11 players so far. Anna Maria Yordake with the King Queen making it 700k, and it's folded right around to Frederick in the small blind, who's going to fold the Jack 2 off. So, Anna Maria under the gun here. World Series Gold Ring winner Anna Maria Yordake. Small pair, I'm not liking this, but I do like her fold. Enrico, big stack, can open with any two if he wants. Decides to fold the king 8 and Johannes Kissel folds, Frederick will fold. 5-4 on the button. We're going to have a battle of the blinds here between the schoolmaster in the small blind with Jack 8 and Fernando in the big blind. It looks like it's just a complete, but Fernando applies the pressure with the ace queen. $14 million for Fernando. Average just shy of 9 million. Fernando posting small blind. Tim on the button, as we can see, in centre of our screen. And Anna Maria top left there posting the 300k ante and the 300k big blind. Directly opposite the dealer is the big stack. Now centre of your screen, it's Enrico Zondag, the very popular Dutch player, folding under the gun, the queen 4, and Kissel snap folds. This is Frederick. Nice and calmly, nice and slowly, looks down at his hand. Well, that's nice, getting a walk with 7 high, and Maria can afford to smile. Button with Fernando. Small blind Anna. Big blind Enrico under the gun. Here we see Johannes Kissel with the king 6. Frederick folds the 8-3. Schoolmaster is not interested. Blind v blind. It's Anna Maria who will compete here, I'd imagine. Jack 2. She is suited versus Enrico, the chip leader, and Maria limps in with the Jack 2 of clubs, but I think Enrico is going to apply some pressure here. Ace 9 suited, he's ahead most often. And there is the raise and a snap fold from Anna Maria Iordake. Eleven players still in the mix here. This is Fernando. Pocket 6 is in the cutoff. Big blind is Johannes Kissel. But first of all, we have Anna Maria with the ace queen here on the button, and 3-bet incoming you would expect from Anna Maria, but she decides just to flat. 750k open. The queen folded there, not great if you're sitting in Anna Maria's seat with the ace queen. Johannes Kissel, I like this call, he's getting a super price. Suited king. And you can see his equity, 33% three-way. And he's getting about 3.5 to 1 on his money. Well, there you go. Look at this. King 4 deuce. Anna Maria has missed. She can easily get away, but Johannes Kissel has flopped top pair and good raise here. Having said that, he has kicker issues. But he's not calling with King 3 of clubs pre-flop. Hitting top pair. And folding to continuation bet from the big stack. Shows his king. The only thing about that rip is he's kind of losing a little bit of value. Against someone like Fernando, I think top pair is golden. I think he certainly gets more money out of Fernando on the turn. Only getting called, I think, by a better hand. Well, certainly only getting called by a better hand, because we see the sixes folded, snap folded. And any king is stronger than his King 3, that's for sure. This is a real treat, this live stream. The standard's been very good. I mean, way, way better than what I've seen of late. For this buy-in level, of course, I'm talking about. It's been really, really good. Particularly today's live stream. Most of these players are coming across to me as just super comfortable. Now, blind v blind, Johannes Kissel has limped with the ace-5, and Frederick has flopped the gut shot. Johannes Kissel turns trips. He's slow playing, but it could be a problem. But that's a great card for Kissel. What's going on? He checked. Waiting for Frederick to fire. I think he missed a bet there. Johannes Kissel, for sure. He gets called if he fires river. Frederick connected with the 6. Now, Kissel on the button. Frederick small blind. The short stacked schoolmaster you see in the left hand side of your screen in the big blind. Under the gun folded. And under the gun +1. Anna Maria folds. This is Enrico. Cut off, big stack. Enrico has 16 million. Suited connectors. Surprised he didn't open there, but Johannes Kissel will be opening 9 million in his stack. Nice work from Johannes Kissel. Six on our feature table. We have 5 players on our outer table. Still 11 players left. Now, Anna Maria Iordake under the gun, pocket sevens. It's tricky. 15 bigs in her stack. She makes it 800k. Interesting. Anna Maria's sizing is just slightly increased. Frederick folding the 10-8. Small blind folds and big blind not interested. Fernando snap folds. Anna Maria takes down the pot, 5.6 million in her stack. She will post big blind ante. Kissel on a bit of a heater. Johans has worked his stack up to 10 million, and we have a bust out from the other table, so one of these 6 players will be moved to the outer table. And my guess is Enrico, as he's the next big blind. There's the chip rack. That's the big stack. Chip leader Enrico, popular Dutch player. Great situation developing for him. 16 million in a stack. And now we're 5 and 5. 5 in the outer table, and once Enrico moves, there'll be 5 on this feature table. So we're going to see a flop here, bottom pair for Kissel, but Fernando, when checked to him, fires 575 instantly. Johannes Kissel calls ace on the turn, but Fernando, he's not one to put the handbrake on. And this is why I would have loved to see check call from Kissel when he flopped top pair against Fernando a couple of hands ago, instead of the all-in rip. Keep all the bluffs in there. Fernando, a likely candidate to be blasting turn, even when he gets called on the flop, with absolute air. The overnight chip leader, and is second in chips now. Johan Kissel, 8.8 million small blind, limps in here. Big blind is Frederick. We have 10 left, final table bubble. Frederick now connects, and everyone's clapping, which tells me that we're at the final table. Another bust out, all the bust outs coming from the outer table, and all these 5 players are through to the final table. And we're going to take a break. We're going to do a complete redraw for seats, and we'll bring you all the action from King's Resort. We'll broadcast live this final table in its entirety. Join us in about 10 minutes' time.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back to the Benelux Classics main event, final day, final table, final 9 players. What a treat in store for you viewers. Just waiting for the player seat 2, which I believe is the French player Jair van Rutten. David Vick just going through procedures here at the final table. No electronic devices. And the blinds here, I understand, are 150, 300k still. All of these 9 players locked up, €4,674.
Als ik een deal ga maken, moeten jullie gewoon diegene stalken tot hij betaalt. Bodyguard.
And look who it is, chip leader, I believe. It's Paul Kovacic from Romania, sitting on 19 million. Fernando has 15 million and Enrico sitting on 17 million. That's one of the short stacks. Anna Maria Eurodake. And she's sitting right next to the shortest stack, Tim, the schoolmaster in seat 9. Tim has the button. Small blind Fernando, 15 million stack. Jair van Rutten, 17 million. So a real imbalance in chips here. Fernando, ace-10 versus Paul Kovacic with the jack-8. Paul, huge experience, multiple tournament winner, the Romanian. Jack-8 opened early, very wide, but this guy, Fernando, really is a handful, believe me. Kovacic with his work cut out for him, he connects, he makes a pair. So we could check back here. Paul Kovacic. Fernando, very tricky. And I like to check back. Kovacic could get check raised there quite easily. And now we're going to see Fernando tried to steal. 600,000 is just too small. It's going to get called, I think. But it does scream like he wants to get called. Screams of value. The problem for Kovacic is the clubs get there. Any 9x beats him. But this price he's getting, just 600k. I think he just has to call it and go, okay, well done. There you go. Nice hand. He's expecting to lose, but it's just too strong a price. If it was 1.6 million, I think Kovacic has a different type of decision. Fernando, for sure, I think was going to check raise that turn. Nice check back from the big stack, who extends his chip lead. Enrico, big stack. Average is 10 million, I believe. Lapshiki makes it 625. Well, I think this is a call. 2.1 million. The short stack Tim, the schoolmaster, all aim at fives. I think this is a call. It's just 2.1 million, which is 7 bigs. I think he has to call this. He does call. Straight race on the backs. Fives versus the 2 overcards. Lapshiki, Johans. A little bit of confusion over the bet size, but it's very clear intention from Lapshiki that he wanted to call, so we're off to the races. How's your luck? Final table, 9 players left. This is worth thousands. This flop. Short stack has the fives, Tim the schoolmaster. Lapshiki with the king queen. Backdoor spades for Tim. A spade on the turn would really help. It would kill 2 of Lapshiki's outs. Ace, well, that's increased his outs. Any jack would do. Any pitcher now for Lapshiki, but it doesn't happen. The schoolmaster gets a double, and that's significant. 6.2 million. Lapshiki down to 7.7, but I think he had to make that call. You can see the graphic there just as the dealer counts the chips. You can see the chip count for each player on our final table here. The short stack now is Robert Duna, 4.4 million. Anna Maria Berdake, 16 bigs, but up top Paul Kovacic sitting on 22 million. Massive stack. Close to 25% of the total amount of chips in play in the stack of the Romanian, who's under the gun +1. First to speak though is Frederick from Belgium. We have a bunch of Dutch players. We have 4 Dutch players, 2 Romanians, 1 German and 1 player from Belgium. Now, interesting. Lapshiki, big slick, big moment. Kovacic opens with the ace jack, but there's a 3-bet incoming you'd expect here to about 2.5 million from Lapshiki. He just goes for the lot, jams for the entirety of a stack, and Kovacic is just going to easily fold this out. All the aces dealt out. Robert Duna, who is a seasoned professional. Robert, definitely one to look for. Now, Powell understands exactly where he's at in this hand. Let's go the ace jack, and Lapshiki back to 9.5 million. Blinds are up 2,000, 200,000, 400,000. It's been pretty entertaining. It's been highly entertaining. That's a fact. Always is. This Benelux Classics, I don't know what it is about the players that attend, but they play fast and furious. Numbers are always big. The action thick and fast. This is the big stack. Kovacic, who folds Lapchiki, lets this one go, and this is our ladies champion from the Circuit Festival in January, Anna Maria Bordake, with the suited ace, 4.8 million in her stack. This lady has been thoroughly impressive. This is the Schoolmaster. Nice start to this final table, gets a double. Wins a race, his fives, holds against King Queen, and now he picks up ace 10 suited. He makes it 800k. It's a min raise with the big blind of 400,000. The poker coach with the 4 high folds. This is Enrico in the small blind, and Frederick, I think, will just let go of the Queen 7 from what we've seen of Frederick in the past. Tends not to defend too wide, but looks like he's going to put in the minimum here, the additional 400k. This is all very reasonable. Frederick in the big blind with the Queen 7 first to speak, and he's flopped. Middle pair. The Schoolmaster has the 2 overs with the backdoor hearts, backdoor straight potential. Kind of bored he could check back, and that's exactly what he does, and that heart on the turn will certainly keep the Schoolmaster interested once Frederick now fires on this Queen high board. Frederick bets 800k. The Schoolmaster going absolutely nowhere here. Well, Frederick has turned 2 pair. The Schoolmaster with enough flush draw. $800k, you can just call here. I don't see any other move. Nothing else makes sense. Fold, not credible. 3 million in the pot, 800k with a draw to the nuts. A raise, why would he raise? He's getting to see the river card for 800k. What's going on, Tim? Put in the 800k, let's go. There is the call as expected. Now, 3 of spades. The Schoolmaster has missed. Well, he did well not to hit an ace. He would have paid Frederick off on the river. 1.5 million. Ace 10 of hearts in the dustbin, and the Schoolmaster back down to 4.6 million. Frederick up to 7.2. So on the button is Enrico. Frederick, small blind chip leader. Paul Kovacic, big blind under the gun. Lipschicki, the German player, playing 9.5 million. Folds. Anna Maria folds. This is the Schoolmaster. Shortest stack now, I believe. Fernando folds. Jar van Ruten folds, and Robert Duna, the poker coach, folds. This is Enrico on the button. Got to be opening here. Folded around to him. $800k min raise. Frederick Not interested with the 9th free offsuit. Cards go over the line, but this is Kovacic with Jack 10. He will defend, and we're going to go and see a flop. Enrico, big advantage. Got the superior position, and he's got the superior kicker. 9-4 deuce, and a straightforward continuation bet. We'll get this done, I expect. Kovacic could float, does have backdoors. That's the kind of board that should really favour him as the player in the big blind, but he decides not to go to war with Enrico, who is one of just a few players at this final table that could really damage his stack. Enrico up to 18 million, Kovacic still good for the chip lead with 20 million. Now directly opposite the dealer is Frederick. Button position, blinds posted now by the chip leader Kovacic and Lepchicki, and a Maria under the gun with the 10 deuce in the bin. This is the schoolmaster, big slick. He's just got 11 bigs, so I don't mind a shove here, really don't. I mean, you're going to get snapped off if someone wakes up with ace queen, ace jack suited even. That's the ideal scenario. Does let rip, but this is a potential problem for the schoolmaster. Pocket queens for Fernando. Oh wow, what's going on? Fernando has a massive problem here, Fernando. This is crazy. Aces, Enrico. I mean, the easiest decision he'll ever have. And Fernando, he tried to isolate. And that was the problem. He could have just flat called. This is, I mean, this is sick. Ace, king, queens, aces. Enrico, just, I mean, he's just loving life at the moment. How does this happen? He could be sitting on 35 million, 40% of the chips. Fernando, it's tough, like. What do you do with queens there versus ace king? Well, he could have just flatted. I think he's probably putting the money in anyway. Even if he did flat and Rico comes over the top. Fernando. Well, I mean, this is just absolutely sick. Backdoor straight possibility for Fernando. He's like 2%. His equity is bigger than Tim Dover. Look at that. 33 million plus 4 million behind. Enrico now sitting on 37 million. And unfortunately, Fernando, he sits down, but he's busto. But first out is Tim. They're doing a chip count, and it's very clear. The TD has to find out when two players go out in the same hand. Doesn't matter who had the strongest hand. I mean, Tim flopped top two, and he's dead on the flop. I mean, it's pretty sick, isn't it? So, Tim goes out first. He receives 9th place, which is 4,674. And then the queens. Look at Fernando. I mean, we just mentioned it yesterday in the stream. He's just enjoying life. Great character. Great player. Little breath of fresh air. But come here, what about this guy? You're sitting there with the bullets. And there's a 12 big blind shove. And then a guy with like... Well, I mean, he'd a massive stack. He'd like... I don't know. 30 bigs, reshoves, 30 plus bigs, And you look down at ace ace, well, you just go call. And the window card, ace, you just couldn't write it. Do not folds. And now, a massive stack. Enrico, 37 million. Triple the average. This is Frederick with the ace queen suited. That was a really interesting hand. I find it remarkable that we're down to 7 players already from 23 that started earlier today. So I think it's going to slow down. There's plenty of bigs in play. Having said that, when one player has a significant portion of the chips like Enrico, I mean, there's still pressure on these other stacks. Like Frederick here on 8 million. He's by no means the shortest and he's just 20 bigs. Now second in chips. Powell in the cutoff with the suited king. And Anna Marie in the small blind, who will be quite pleased that as the short stack she is guaranteed double what she would have gotten ninth. She's guaranteed minimum payout 8,580. All these players guaranteed that, who knows. Now Jahr van Rooten, the French players, flop top, dependent on the big blind. His hand is well disguised here. Kovacic will be continuing, but he's going to run into a problem. This 625k is going to be snap called. Van Rooten, top, could even check raise. I think that's what he does. He min clicks back. Kovacic was none of this. No pair, no draw. It's end of story. Van Rooten, first hand he's played at this final table. Kovacic not getting his own way here. I'm loving this table. Unfortunately, we do lose Tim the Schoolmaster. And of course, Fernando was a real breath of fresh air. Having him on the stream really does liven up things. Crazy exit hand. I don't think he's going to ever escape there with queens. It's just unfortunate. He's not playing for the money jumps, Fernando. He was playing for the win. But this guy, Enrico, superb timing. And now he's going to open under the guns. There's 7 players remain. 14 million is the average stack. Ace, Jack. Enrico makes it 800,000. Frederick folds the 7 deuce and Kovacic folds. Anna Maria Yurdake, I think she just lets this go. On the button, ace 9 versus an under the gun open. Having said that, she's got to generate some activity soon. Sub 10 bigs in her stack. What is going on here? It's crazy. Aces again. Jahr van Rooten, small blind. How does he play it? Well, he 3-bets. That's what he does. Looks to be about 3.6 and it's end of hand. Enrico not liking his ace jack so much. Snap folds. Van Rooten with the aces takes down the pot. We're at the 200,000, 400,000 blind level, and we have 7 players left here at the Benelux Classics. All of these 7 players guaranteed 8,580. We have lost Tim, the schoolmaster, and Fernando in 9th and 8th. 5 of the 7 remaining players will be back in the resort for that World Series of Poker Europe main event. That will be the standout festival of the year. Robert Dona, well, I can't believe he's down to 3.2 mil. He's all in here with a suited ace. And the Dutch poker coach takes down the pot. And he will be dangerous if he gets chips, but he's pretty limited in his options. Robert Duna, you can see he's just sitting on 10 bigs. Anna Maria Yordake, the shortest stack on the table, 9 big blinds. But look, there's plenty of big blinds out there. There's like 250 plus bigs. Now, Lapshiki, 9.5 million. I mean, it's so difficult to kind of pick out a winner here. I'm loving pretty much all the players. All have their own strengths. Some real strong characters. Of course, there's some higher level players than others, that's for sure. The French player Van Rooten folds. Robert Duna in the cutoff folds, and this is Enrico with the 8-3 off snap folds. Frederick folds in the small blind. Yeah, I get 10-2, the lower percentage of hands ranking. 10-2 off, but as this final table unfolds, you really got to be going for the blinds. I'm told there is no French player. And you're spot on. Jar van Rooten is Dutch. Thank you for correcting me. One of 3 remaining Dutch players. We had 4 Dutch players on the final table. 4 Dutch, 2 Romanian, Belgium, German, and Austrian. Now, Duna. 10 bigs, all in, good luck. Take it all, lads. Pocket queens. Lapshiki is asking for a count, but he's not going to be getting involved with 10-9. So, Lapshiki, as expected, lets it go. And Duna takes down 2.5 bigs. Now, Van Rooten, ace queen under the gun, 20 million stack, second in chips, makes it 850. Folded right around to Lapshiki. He folds the king jack suited. No defending the big blind. Van Rooten scoops the pot. This is been thoroughly entertaining. This Benelux Classics main event, if you've just tuned in, we're down to 7 players. All of the 7 players remaining. They've locked up €8,500, but there's huge pay jumps now. Every position worth multiple thousands of euro. This is the poker coach. 13 big blinds. What does he do with ace queen? Well, he could jam, and that's what he decides to do. Ace queen all in. It's interesting. He gets a snap fold out of Federico with the 9s. And there you see demonstrated the clear benefit of the all-in shove from the poker coach. He gets a hand that he's flipping against to fold, and he gets his stack from 13 bigs to 15.5 big blinds. So Anna Marie on the button, under the gun, and Rico, the big stack, he folds, cover 2 folds. Now suited ace in the cutoff. Lapshiki, it's tightened up a little. Now blind v blind. Van Rooten in the small blind, and he gives a walk to Robert Duna, who's on a bit of a heater here. He's gone from 9 bigs up to about 16 big blinds. Problems for Enrico here. Top pair, but Robert has top 2. This is just an ideal scenario for the player in the small blind. He's always going to be getting paid. How much is the question? You can see the check call. Ace, not a great card for Robert because Enrico may be concerned and could put on the handbrake. But he goes again. Believes this queen. High is pair queen still in the lead. I mean, he did well to avoid a deuce. 650. This could be where Robert announces himself. 2.8 million in the pot. I think this is where we see the check raise. Again, he just check calls Robert with 2 pair. Well, that is just absolutely sick. How does Enrico get half this pot? And it doesn't really affect Robert. I'd be super tilted. That's what I call a bad beat, I'll be honest. Flop top 2. Your opponent flops top pair. Money going in on every street. And it comes ace to ace for a chop. Enrico, 35 million. Van Rooten, 20 million stack. Paul Kovacic, 18 million. And then there's a big gap. We have Lapshiki, Frederick, Robert Duna, and then Anna Maria. Now, small blind Enrico, Frederico, has to post a big blind. There it is. The blinds are still at 200k, 400k, and it will be for another 10 minutes. Thereabouts. This is one of the favourites, Paul Kovacic, the Romanian, hugely experienced. Opens here with the A7 and Anna Maria Iordache. Well, we've seen her 3-bet with 9-8 suited before, but different circumstance here. Her stack is dwindling. She's going to have to make a move pretty soon. She can't really afford to let that button run through her. With 7 big blinds. Top 5, of course, awarded that World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. Lapshiki, under the gun, the ace queen. He's going to make it 1 million even, and it's folded right around to Robert Duna, who folds the 9-4 now. Enrico on the button folds just the blinds. Frederick with an ace in the small blind, but he's going to be folding here. Ace deuce. But Paul Kovacic, pocket fives in the big blind position, puts in the additional 600k. Well, that's nasty. Counterfeit. The strength of Paul Kovacic's hand has just evaporated. He's playing the board with 5 high. Now, Kovacic may try and steal this. There's 2.6 million in the pot. Laps Chicky with ace high. Kovacic just goes, yeah, go on, you can have it. Check back from Laps Chicky. Gets his stack up to 10 million. Well, good scenario for Anna Maria. No decision here. 7 big blinds is put over the line. Pocket nines. Very easy decision. Well, this is close. 7 big blind shove. I think in the big blind, I think Kovacic might seriously consider calling here, but I don't think he can call. He's not closing the action. King Jack, he can be crushed. 2.6 million. Well, it's a decent chunk of his stack, so I'm leaning towards a fold here. Having said that, well, he calls. That surprises me, actually. Kovacic makes the call, and the reason I'm surprised is because it's not out of the question for the player in the big blind to wake up with a big hand there. Kovacic, flip situation. What's pretty much the best he can hope for. Anna Maria Iordache from Romania, all in with nines, and Paul Kovacic, also from Romania, has called with the King Jack. It's a straight flip. What's going to happen? I do not know. Queen, Queen 7. It's paint, but not the kind that Kovacic wants. Anna Marie, 2-1 favourite to double up. And now, big favourite, 4-1. Can she hold pocket nines, avoid a king, avoid a jack, and she doubles, and that's exactly what happens. In fact, she more than doubles because she gets the big blind and the big blind ante. So 2.8 and 2.8 plus the 800k. $6.4 million in our stack now. Up to 16 bigs, Anna Maria Iordake. And Paul Kovacic, who was the dominant force earlier on our stream with 3 tables, went from short stack to chip leader. He just showed a masterclass on how to play the short stack. Started this final table as the chip leader, started strong, took control, but now has taken several hits and he's back among the middling stack sizes. That's pretty good for Anna Maria, getting a walk. Gets her to 17 big blinds. Plenty of scope for the lady from Romania. Now, 7-handed still. Blinds will be increased very soon. This is the end of the 200,000, 400,000 blind level. Enrico, what a hand when he woke up with the aces earlier. 12 big blind rip from the under the gun player with ace king, and then one of the bigger stacks, 30 plus bigs in his stack, pocket queens, shoves, and Enrico looks down at the bullets. Quite a remarkable hand. Now Van Rooten, pocket pair. Well, I think straightforward 450 call here. Set mine. It's a 5, he's golden. Yeah, straightforward, doesn't need to turn his hand into a bluff. Does put in the 450. It doesn't get any better than this for Enrico. The only thing that's missing on that board is a 5. And Van Rooten leads out with his 2 pair, donk lead. Enrico is absolutely buzzing here. He's flopped an up boat. Of course he's just going to smooth the call. Keep all Van Rooten's bluffs in there. Van Rooten has done well to avoid hitting a 5. Turn 4 diamonds on the turn. Check, check. Nice check back from Enrico. Will he get a street of value in the river? Well, it's Van Rooten who's leading out again, so we're going to see a raise here from Enrico, but it will be the end of hand. So I like his sizing, doesn't go crazy. Wants to try and get called here, get the max, and he does get called, it looks like. Well, that is maximum payout for Enrico. Gets his stack close to 40 million. Not ideal, that run out. 4 turn, deuce, river. 2 pair there ahead. He's putting Enrico on ace king, ace jack type hand. But Enrico with the absolute monster of a hand, the queens in the hole, flop to full house. And I think he gets the maximum, I think. Now, new blind level. the 250, 500k level. Well, this is great for Anna Maria. Pocket jacks, and she's doubled through Kovacic a little earlier, but I can't see Powell putting in 5.5 million here. Another 11 big blinds. It's too much of a stack. 35% of a stack. Has to let it go. And Anna Maria up to 8.8 million. 7 remain here at the Benelux Classics 2022 main event. Final day, final table. Just 7 players from close to 2,000 that started. 1,966 entries. All these remaining 7 players have locked up for themselves €8,580. It's just not going well for Kovacic, but we're going to see the character of the man. This is tournament poker, and I mean, things have a way of just running away from you. You just gotta stay strong, dig deep. It really does take a person of strong character to survive and come through, finish on these podium spots. Enrico with the pocket eights in the big blind position. 3-way pot here. Raise from early position from Kovacic. Lapshiki. Flats with the ace 10, and Enrico. It's going to cost him, I think. On the flop, Kovacic will continue for 1.2 million. Lapshiki is finished with this hand. Ace 10, no connection to this board. But I think Enrico will continue for this street at least. See what develops. There is the call. Ace is an action killer. It's going to go check, check. Enrico checks, and Powell will check this back. The only reason for betting here is try and get Enrico off a split pot. Queen on the river. Well, this is interesting. Enrico doesn't like this run out, but he's going to go for it. Don't know, does this work? Is the Queen of Spades, so the flush gets there, straight gets there. I mean, there's so much beating. Powell Kovacic's 2 pair. Enrico, 2.5 million bet. Powell Kovacic. In a pretty tight situation here. Enrico steals one. Now Van Rooten with the Queen Jack, and it's folded around to Frederick, who will defend with Ace 2 suited in the big blind, and he flops a pair, as does Van Rooten. 3 spades on board. Van Rooten continues. Frederick check calls. Well, I'm not sure what Frederick's doing here. He's protecting his hand against a flush, possibly. That's what he's thinking. His ace is good. Wants to protect against a flush straight. And will get paid from some hands, like this one that contains a jack. Well, this is ideal for Frederick. Absolutely ideal. 88% equity. He gets called. 12 million in the pot. Huge pot. Van Rooten needs to get lucky here. Queen or jack. Deuce on the river. So we have the big blind of 500k, so just shy of 200 bigs in play. And out of them 200 big blinds, we have Enrico sitting on 84 bigs. The short stack is Robert Duna Lapshiki under the gun with the Jack 10 suited folds. Anna Maria snap folds the Queen 10, and Van Rooten now down to 20 bigs. Robert folds. He's just sitting on just shy of 11 big blinds. Frederick in the small blind with ace 5. Limps in. Paul Kovacic with the jack 4 off. Frederick with an ace. This is a huge card to have. Blind versus blind. Wouldn't be out of the question for Frederick to shove here. That ace blocking so many premium hands. Given Frederick just limped in. Paul Kovacic likely to raise from quite a wide range. Can't see Frederick folding. I can't see him shoving. That's a fact. I would be. Wow. Okay, that will be exploited. Blind v blind. Going to fold an ace. You're going to be exploited. There's no doubt in my mind. Paul Kovacic. Applying pressure. And Frederick limped in. You can see Frederick say he folded an ace. Kovacic didn't put him on an ace, that's for sure. Now, Van Rooten with the Queen Jack suited. This is Enrico with the 9s and Frederick with the 7s. Just a flat call from Enrico. Problem with this flat call, you're kind of opening the door here. A hand like 7s here could squeeze with a 3-bet. Just decides to flat. And Lapshiki getting a massive price there with King 6 suited. This is a massive flop for Van Rooten. Frederick can't continue here. He does have that additional concern of Lapchiki still in the hand. So Frederick in the cutoff here with the 7-4. Now Powell, Kovacic on the button, 12 million. 7 players still remain. Big blind 500k. So 25 bigs in the stack of Powell, Kovacic. Now Lapchiki, very capable. Very creative. This button raise from Kovacic. Perhaps Chiki knows this is a very wide range. Kovacic super active. Perhaps Chiki considering a 3-bet. It's 3-bet or fold. Decides against 3-betting, makes a fold. Anna Maria Yordake with the Jack 8 suited. Now, both players connect. Kovacic, second pair. Anna Maria, top pair, backdoor diamonds. King on the turn. This is the kind of card that Kovacic could rep. Could apply a lot of pressure here. Anna Maria. Flop top pair. Check called. A lot of pressure, has to call. She has to stand up. Of course, Kovacic is going to be firing again. Big moment. Anna Maria. Yoridake in the lead here, but Paul Kovacic looking to steal one. And he gets it through. Big result for Kovacic. Now, Enrico, chip leader, 41 million. Under the gun folds, this is Frederick with the ace 10, 10 million stack, makes it 1.3 million. Snap fold from Lapschicki with the ace 10. I get that. Frederick's playing really snug. So this raise is getting a lot of respect. Robert with just 11 bigs with the Queen 4 suited. So we're going to see a flop. Robert Duna with the Queen 4 spades. That's Frederick in the center of your screen, and the short stack on the table. Well, Anna Maria short, but Robert the Duna now sub 10 bigs. Still 7 remain. All these 7 players have guaranteed themselves a pretty decent payday, 8,580. Now Frederick under the gun with the jacks. Looks at the clock, looks at the blinds. Blinds still 250, 500k. Will be for another 15 minutes or so. I think Robert and Enrico are just letting Frederick know that they can see his cards when he goes to look at them. Frederick. With the jacks. 1.6. Oh, wow. Oh, boy. Just 12 bigs in Lapshiki stack. Potential disaster, perhaps, for the German player. Big decision. Frederick makes it 1.6 million. Well, I think these 8s should go in the bin. I think because of Lapshiki's position, there's still several players to act. And also the player who's opened here. Well, this will get snapped off. I'm surprised, to be fair. I really am. And look at this. I mean, this is crazy. And look at this, Robert Duna. Wow. Well, he's going to escape. I mean, this is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Robert has escaped. Ace King versus Jacks versus 8s, 10s in the bin. I'm surprised Lapshiki moved in here. Jar van Rooten reshoves. Now this is a bizarre situation where Frederick is considering folding, right? And I don't blame him given the action. And Lapshiki, he could be playing like he could triple up. He'll be 50-50 in a pot for about 17 million. Now, if Lapshiki folded these 8s, right, Van Rooten 3 bets, and then the 10s. Now, this is one of the most bizarre hands I've ever seen, ever. How does the 8s? He gets the 10s and the jacks to fold, and he gets the hand that he's flipping against. A crazy scenario. And, I mean, Well, Frederick won't be too pleased in the short stack. Robert Duna, what can he do? It's just too much action for him. Lapshiki, pocket eights, but the ace on the flop. Well, what's happened here is Lapshiki has, well, he's saved Frederick and Robert. That's what he's done. 5 on the turn. Lapshiki with 2 outs needs to connect with an 8. 8 and 8 only. And the jack, oh boy. Oh boy. And you can see Frederick, he's a funny guy. He smiles and laughs. That was absolutely huge. Lapshiki, Busto in 7th place. Robert Duna on the button here with the jack 8. Enrico in the small blind, shoving into Frederick. Well, this is tough, but I think Frederick has to make the call here. And he shows the ace-jack. Well, if he's going to fold ace-jack, blind and blind, I mean, Enrico can just shove any two. But I do get his reasoning. There's 2 short stack players. There's Anna Marie, who's shorter than him. There's also Robert the Duna. We are now with 6 players on a huge bubble. It's 11,250 for 6th, and top 5 are guaranteed 25k. Now, action. Cavachu and Enrico, both top pair. 2 hearts on the turn, no player with a heart. But Kovacic is going to lead out here. 1.5 million. Protect his hand against a flush. Rico makes the call, and now we go to the turn. Heart would really make things interesting. Both players with the same hand. Queen on the river. Now, Kovacic, does he go again? 8.7 million in the pot. Goes check, check, and a split pot between Kovacic and Enrico. 6 remain, all these 6 players now guaranteed 5 figures, 11,250. Six players left here at the Benelux Classics main event. Blind level due to expire soon, 250, 500k. And Kovacic again getting the better of Anna Maria. And Maria now just 10 bigs. Massive chip leader Enrico. Second in chips Van Rooten. And 2 very short stacks, Anne Marie and Robert Duna. This is Frederick suited king. And now Paul Kovacic on the button with the 4-3. Makes it 1.1 million with 4 high. Anna Maria has to generate something soon, but just can't find the 3-bet with the Jack 8. Van Rooten with the same hand, Jack 8 in the big blind position. And he folds, and look at this. Kovacic exploiting the situation. He knows that the pay jump so big. Couple of very short stacks. So he's taking advantage of the situation. Gets his stack up to about 16 million. 32 bigs. Now in the big blind is one of the short stacks. Robert posting 500k, big blind 500k, big blind ante. Anna Maria folds on the button, and Van Rooten in the small blind with all the chips. And he shoves into Robert, and Robert auto snaps him. Ace Jack. Van Rooten trying to take advantage of the pressure of the money jumps. And of course the WSOP Poker Europe ticket bubble, top 5 receive 10,350 ticket. 8 deuce, and look at the equity, 60-40, not anymore. It's pretty much end of hand unless something funky happens on Turner River. And that's confirmation it is over. Robert Duna doubles 8.7 million. We are going to a new blind level, I think. Yeah, 300,000, 600,000 will be introduced. Chip leader on the right hand side of your screen. Enrico, center of your screen. Robert Aduna gets his double. Frederick folds, and Kovacic, ace 10, always going to be opening, makes it 1.3 million, big blind now 600,000. Enrico, jack 9, big blind position, puts in the additional 600k. Open ender for Enrico. Kovacic makes a pair. So we're going to see a check call here for sure from Enrico. May even check raise. Apply pressure, he knows. The ICM situation is critical now. That's a good card for Kovacic. Less likely a queen in Enrico's hand. The second queen comes in the turn, but Enrico is going to fire. Even though he's missed his open ender, he's going to try and represent this queen, but I think Paul calls him here. 2.3 million. It's a big moment really for Kovacic. This is the problem. When you open and the big stack is in the big blind. Kovacic makes a really good call on the turn, but Enrico gets lucky. Makes two pair and now goes for value. Kovacic, I think, gives up now. 3.1 million. Good fold. Put his money in when he was ahead. Fold it when he's behind. That's Paul Kovacic. Takes a hit, but it's difficult. Always difficult when you're up against the big stack. And there's a massive pay jump. There's like basically 13k. 13k more. Close to 14k in the difference between the 6th and 7th. Six players left in the mix. Blinds 300,000, 600,000. Anna in the hijack is the short stack player. Enrico. Well, you see, this is when you're going to get ace jack to fold, you just got to be raising everything. Annie 2. Frederick with 9-5 off. Has to fold. Enrico gets his stack up to 50 million. He's 50% of the chips in play. Anna Maria has to make something happen. This is it. Money has to go in. Snap shove from Anna Maria. Just the blinds. Jack 4 in the small blind and pretty fast fold from Kovacic in the big blind. Anna Maria gets her stack up to 10 bigs, but she's going to have to post 20% blind. Robert just waving to his fans on the rail. Now, Van Rooten, 17 million, which is pretty much average. I think about 16.5 is average. Robert, potential here. Under the gun open, he looks down at 10s. Well, he folded 10s pre. Some time back, he's not going to fold this time. 3-bet shove, all in with the 10s. And it's been folded all the way around. Good work from Robert. Now Anna Maria in the small blind. Big blind. is Van Rooten and Robert under the gun who folds Enrico now. Massive stack, 50% of the chips in play. Frederick folds in the cutoff to 10-9 and Kovacic folds to 6-2. Anna Maria with potential here to steal the pot decides Queen 3 off, just not playable in that situation. Now, under the gun, suited ace, Enrico, I expect will open here. He can be applying a lot of pressure, particularly to these middling stacks. Given the fact Anna Maria is very short, they can't really tangle with Enrico. Paul just has to fold this King-Jack. Paul Kovacic. King-Jack considering a move here. It would look super strong. Given the ICM implications, it'd be crazy here for Paul to go to war. It just would be. So a move here would look really strong. Wow. How does he do this? And that's, I mean, Anne-Marie snap folds the King-Queen. This really does look strong. And that's the difference between mid-level and high-level players. They create chances, they create opportunities. They understand situations, they understand the dynamics. He knows that Enrico knows that he can't really make that move without a strong hand. And yet, Enrico with the stronger hand has to fold. It's a remarkable play. You've seen the King-Queen just absolutely snap folded. Frederick folds. Paul Kovacic decides to fold the 8-7 of hearts. Van Rooten folds in the big blind, but Robert, I think he shoves here. Ace-Jack, 9.6 million. I think he does shove, yeah. If he runs into it, he runs into it. Nothing he can do. With that ace blocking a lot of premiums. The skill level on this table is quite high. It really is. Really like Kovacic. Enrico, obviously. And this guy, Robert Duna, really putting in quality performance. I'm told he's a poker coach, founder of that poker study group that's displayed on his clothing. Now, Kovacic under the gun with a real hand, ace-king suited. Anna Maria has to make something happen soon. It's folded right around to the chip leader. In the small blind, Enrico. King 9. Offsuit. Can't do anything, folds. And Frederick is just getting blinded out. Down to 11 bigs. Folded them jacks pre-flop. It's quite a bizarre hand, it really was. The eights ended up versus the ace-king in a straight flip. Tens and jacks folded pre. Six remain. 6 players here at King's Resort. The Benelux Classics 2022 main event. 410,000 in the prize pool. Van Rooten with the A7 suited. 1.5 million raise. Enrico. Enrico is flatted on the button with the Queen Jack, and we're going to go and see a flop. Van Rooten out of position, but he just smashes this board. Top pair, nut flush draw. Unfortunately, Enrico will be paying him off on at least one street. Looks like a 2 million continuation bet into a 4.4 million pot. Well, it's 1.9, but it's getting called. There's the call from Enrico, puts in 2, gets 100k back. 2 clubs on the turn. Well, this is a beautiful check from Van Rooten, but a check back from Enrico. And this is interesting. Van Rooten didn't get another street of value there. I think river will be called, I think. He's happy to take it down. Wow. Anna Maria all in with the ace deuce, and Van Rooten, well, he snapped, and it's pretty much perfect situation for him. Ace deuce. He's thinking he's in a flip situation at best, but he's actually a big favourite. Having said that, I'm looking at the equity, 42 versus 58%. Always amazes me. Suited ace, and there you are, ace on the flop. One of the threes are folded, so just the 3 of diamonds in the deck. 6 on the turn. Anna Maria Yordake. Doubles, 2 on the river. Doesn't make a difference. Anna Maria up to 9.1 million. And now Frederick is the short stacked player. 10 bigs. And still up top, no difference. Enrico. Massive, massive stack. 42 million. Van Rooten still second place, even though he took a hit there. He doubled up. Anna Maria. Paul Kovacic, 13 million. Robert Duna, 11 million. And now Anna Maria, after that double up to 9.1 million. All these 6 players guaranteed 11,250. But there's 25k for the top 5 minimum. Robert under the gun. Queen Jack, he is suited, connected. Really difficult though. Got to fold to a 3-bet, that's the problem. But I think this is going to get respect. Well, 3-bet all in. From Frederick. Hello, Cowboys. Wowzer. What great timing. Open from Robert, and he goes, it's okay, guys, you fight away. Anna Maria with the Cowboys. Frederick with the big slick. Anna Maria. Wow, this is remarkable that she could be playing a 20 million pot. 15 million in the pot, she'll have 4.5 behind. She was all in with ace deuce versus 3s. Kings are good on this board. She doesn't want to see a club on the turn. This is great. No ace. And she will be back at the World Series of Poker Europe in October. But oh boy. Barry Greenstein. Oh, that is pretty sore. Ace on the river. And you can see the disappointment from all the players. Anna Maria just absolutely shocked. It's like a knockout blow. Dealer will count the stacks. Anna Maria still in this, but she's just going to have a couple of blinds. That was worth huge money. 14k minimum. Frederick, ace on the river. And even you can see Paul Kovacic sympathise with his compatriot. Pretty sick. Having said that, the ace deuce did crack the 3s in the hand before that. Now Enrico, what's going on? He's not folding ace jack. Suited, no chance. This really is like full of surprises, this final table, and it's pretty much, I mean, it's so difficult to call. Obviously Enrico, big favourite. This guy, I mean, Robert Duna, he's been really impressive. Pocket 7s, big blind, just decides to defend. It'd be crazy putting all his chips in here, given that Anna Maria is just sitting on a couple of bigs. And he could easily get away here, check fold. This King Queen 9 board is favouring Enrico as the under the gun raiser. So a check bet fold. Enrico back up to 44 million. Robert on 8 million. But there is a super short stacked player, and that is the Romanian, the ladies champion from January, Anna Maria Iordache. Big moment there. Pretty brutal to see that ace on the river. But this lady has shown a lot of class and real good temperament, so let's just see how this progresses. Frederick back in business with 15 million, close to average stack. Under the gun here with the Jack 6 suited. He folds. And Kovacic with the suited ace always going to open. Enrico, big blind, ace 4, he'll defend, 700k, and we're going to see a flop. Kovacic with the ace 6 suited, Enrico with ace 4, well, it's going to be action. This will probably end in a chop pot. That's if we get to the river with 2 players in the hand. That king, well, it's, both players will be satisfied. Interesting, this check back. I like it. Kovacic trying to induce. He won't be putting Enrico on an ace. I think he just calls here. Value raise just too risky. Flush gets there. It's not out of the question. He's up against the 7. So I think Kovacic just calls this. Well, he goes for the value raise. That's remarkable that he would do that. It really is. It just, I mean, this is the difference between the levels. And I mean, that ace of hearts was important, Enrico. The blocker to the nut flush. And he found the call. Really strong play from both players, particularly this guy, Paul Kovacic. The chop pot. Under the gun, 13 million, average is 16.5. I mean, you would think Kovacic is the chip leader, the way he's playing. Anna Maria rips with the ace 9. And this is the problem for Kovacic. He's priced in to call here. Frederick's asking for a count, but he has to fold the jack 10 here. Who's to say Paul doesn't have a monster? He did open under the gun, so Frederick doesn't really have a genuine decision. But I tell you who does have a hard decision is Kovacic, because I think he's going to have to call off with 7 high. There's the count, 2.8 million. Less than 5 big blinds. What's Frederick doing? I mean, this doesn't make sense. I guess he's thinking if he flats here, Kovacic will flatten, they check it down, 2 against 1 type thing. Yeah, I mean, Kovacic did the mathematics pretty quickly. 7-5 suited. Good shot. No, it's not a good shot. What am I talking about? 7 or 5 needed, backdoor clubs. Ace 9 of hearts in the lead. Now, that is an open-ender, so a 4 or 9 would give us straight. But the jack on the river. is a good card for Anna Maria, who gets a double. That was the problem with the open from Kovacic. Looks like we're, well, Frederick would have won that hand. I think he's letting all the players know. So Anna Maria Iordache, still alive, still fighting. 7.1 million in her stack. 12 bigs. Van Rooten folds. And Robert with 7.7 million. 13 big blinds. They're the two short stacks. This is Enrico, the giant stack on the button here, opening with Jack 5. That was interesting information for Enrico. Paul Kovacic opening under the gun with the 7 high. Kovacic defending here on the big blind with the Queen 6 suited. King 5, Enrico flops 2 pair, check, bet, and I think we're going to see a snap fold from Kovacic. Okay, I mean, I just can't predict what either of these guys do. Both pick up the flush draw. Goes check, check. Deuce on the river, and now Kovacic, who's missed everything. But that float on the flop, he's going to try and steal this. The problem is that ace on the turn. It is a card that could favour Enrico. Depends on how big he goes. It looks like he's going big. I mean, this is just so strong, this play from this guy. $2.1 Enrico. Two pair. 2.1 million. Enrico trying to work it out. I mean, he's so strong also. He makes the call. The strength of play from these guys is phenomenal. It really is. Paul Kovacic. I mean, I fold there. I just fold. I just go, right, he's got me. Just put him on a king. Really, really strong play. Enrico extends his chip lead, but it leaves Kovacic short. He's down to 5.2 million after doubling up Anna Maria and now losing this big pot to Enrico. Now in the hijack, Robert folds. He's down to 7.7 million, which is 13 bigs. This is Enrico, half the chips in play. 9-3. I mean, he's just solid, like absolutely super solid. You get the impression that he's not phased. We've seen him yesterday with the short stack, and same attitude, pretty clear thinking. Great recognition of what he's doing, where he's at. Really clear-minded. I'm liking this guy, Enrico. Now, Kovacic. Wow. Hello. Hello. Huge moment. Absolutely huge. Paul Kovacic has run into it here. the 3-bets, and then the cold 4-bet from Anna Maria Yordake with the ace-king suited. Oh, Paul is all in, yeah. Ah, boy, that is pretty harsh. Anna Maria. I mean, this is painful. It's a punch in the stomach, basically. She gets the money over the line. Has her opponent absolutely hammer crushed. Kovacic. Hits a jack. This is absolutely brutal. Kings cracked versus ace king. And now the ace king no good against the ace jack. Anna Maria Yordake just not running well. But I love her 4-bet, cold 4-bet shove. Not afraid to put it in. Believe she was ahead, of course she was. Kovacic now back up to 20 big blinds, and well, I mean, it's just desperate stuff for Anna Maria. 2 bigs. She's going to be automatically all in a couple of hands. And I really feel for pretty harsh runouts. But who knows? Everything is possible. Enrico still with all the chips. 80 bigs, half the chips in play. Van Rooten and Frederick both sitting on about 14 and 15 million. Kovacic now up to 12 million, 20 bigs, and Robert with close to 13 bigs. Anna Maria in the small blind, so from her minuscule stack she'll post the 300,000 small blind under the gun folds. This is the big stack, Enrico. This has been crazy, this final table. This is a huge bubble. Remember, the difference is close to 14k. Anna Maria shoves she has to, and it's like has to be an auto call. King 3, good situation for Anna Maria Yordake. She could double here. In fact, she would more than double, because she would get that ante as well. So 13 and 13 is 26 plus the 6. 32. 3.2 million. Queen, Queen 5. Well, loads of opportunities here. 7, good card for Anna Maria. And the 4, also good for a double for the ladies champ. And she's still there, still alive. Coming towards the end of this 300,000, 600,000 blind level. Enrico under the gun with the King Queen, makes it 1.3 million. Frederick, not sure why he's thinking of playing 10-3 off versus an under the gun open from the chip leader, given that there's a player with just 3 or 4 bigs. Don't make sense. Now Kovacic, he's just a handful, this guy. Doesn't matter what the ratio of chips is. He's just, it's just bizarre to me how super aggressive he is, but he does decide to lay down the 6s. Anna Maria folds, and looks like we're going on break. Jar van Rooten with the 9-8 suited in the small blind. This should be just automatically dumped. Small blind position, what can they do? There's a player here with just a couple of bigs, so it's pretty standard fold all round, particularly for Robert with the nut low. That's it, we're back in about 10 minutes. Do join us and let's see how this unfolds.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back to the six-handed final table here at the Benelux Classics main event. Just 6 remain. We are on a huge money bubble, absolutely huge. Frederick. Now, Van Rooten folds in the small blind here. The new blind level, it's 400k, 800k. Enrico, good job here disguising his hand. And Robert will probably feel queen high good here. He checks and he may call a bet here. Enrico with trips. These yellow chips just introduced are 1 million in value. This will get called. I'm sure Robert Duna will reason that queen high is good here so often. Enrico has done a pretty decent job of disguising his hand. The only problem Robert has, he thinks this 4 might have connected with Enrico. I think he calls here. No, he doesn't want to check raise, try and get Enrico off a 4. Wow, that's pretty disciplined fold there from Robert. But I guess given the circumstances, the player across from him is just literally on fumes. 2 or 3 bigs. Blinds 400k, 800k. And Marie with 4 bigs. Robert on the button here with ace 4. 10 bigs, can't get involved. It's just too risky. Enrico taking full advantage of the situation. It's an ideal scenario for the big stack Enrico to have a short stack with just a couple of bigs, because all the other middling stacks just have to fold out and wait for the shortest stack to bust out. The blinds are listed here as 3-6, but they are up, they're 4-8. Enrico, 51 million, which is close. It's over 50% of the total chips in play. It's about 55%. Anna Marie just waiting for her opportunity. It's going to come soon because she doesn't have the time. She can't afford to post big blind. So she's pretty much all in, guaranteed next hand. Enrico, I'd be just moving all in here with ace-3 suited. Why not? You can't get cold. I mean, Frederick snap folds. Now the graphics are showing 3-6, but the blinds are up. And that will be updated. Give it about 10 or 15 minutes. Robert Duna, ace deuce. Enrico folds on this occasion. Now Paul has to put Anna Maria all in, and it's a great situation. Anna Maria again gets it in good. 5.8 million pot, King Jack suited. Can she hold? Super scenario for the short stack player, Anna Maria. King Jack of hearts. Paul Kovacic. Of course he's going to put her in with the King 7. Well, I mean, this would be sick if this comes out with chop. Queen for a chop. Ace for a chop. 8 for a chop. 3 is a good card for Anna Maria. Now she needs to, well, I mean, it's just ugly really, isn't it? Kovacic drawing dead to a split, and the ace on the river gives him a chop pot. She actually loses money in that hand, which is pretty harsh. So short. Robert Duna has to fold. Enrico can do whatever he pleases. 53 million, but he's going to fold the 9-6. Frederick folds the Jack 9 suited. Kovacic folds, and Anne-Marie's all in here with ace 5. 10-7, I think Van Rooten has to call, he does. Flicks in the chip, and it's pretty much a flip. Ace 5 versus 10-7 suited. Anna Maria Yordake. All in again for her tournament life. Again, she gets it in good. Now, can she hold ace high versus 10-7? What a performance this woman has put in. It really has been top quality. Not good. This is not good. Ace 5 actually goes behind on this flop. Flush draw, any 10, any 7. Well, that's it. 2 outs. Ace of hearts, no good. Ace of diamonds or ace of clubs. Just to rub it in. Anna Maria hits a pair, but Van Rooten hits the flush. Great performance. Thoroughly deserving of our finish. 11,250 could have been. Viewers might feel it should have been a higher position. Just didn't get the run of the cards. But a decent payday and a really great situation for all of these 5 remaining players. All have locked up over 25,000 euro. There'll be 15k cash, and then that World Series of Poker Europe main event seat valued at 10,350. 5 remain. Lions still. 5 players remain. Interesting. Robert deciding, look, he just can't get exploited anymore. He knows that Van Rooten is moving in here pretty much with any 2. And Robert, as the short stack, has got to do something. He decides to make a stand with 9-5, and he's dead right. Look at the equity, even against an ace. He's locked up his World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. Can he get lucky? Doesn't happen. Van Rooten eliminates another player. 2 in a row, 2 short stacks. Anna Maria busted in 6th, and now elimination for the poker coach from Holland, Robert de Duna. He goes out in 5th. 25k. You're going to see him back here in the resort for that World Series of Poker Europe main event. And then there were 4 players, all guaranteed 30,000 almost. It's about 29.5k. This was just a 250 euro buy-in. Frederick, 12 million. Kovacic also 12 million. Second in chips now, Van Rooten. But this is the guy with all the chips. Enrico, 55, close to 60% of the chips. Average stack is 24 million. Enrico, the only player at the table above average stack. Ace 5. Enrico will be shoving here, I expect. Ace in the small blind, even gets some stronger hands to fold. Frederick snaps with the Ace 10. Ace 10 suited versus Ace 5. Frederick, Ace 10 of diamonds. Now that's a wheel draw for Enrico. 2 ball or a 5. 8 on the turn, no good. Needs a 2 or a 5. Frederick gets the double. Ace 10 up to 23 million. And Enrico takes a knock down to 43 million, still 45% of the chips in play. But this will hurt, that's for sure. But pretty standard. Ace 5 small blind, big stack. Let's rip. And Frederick found the call with the Ace 10 suited, as you would expect. He snapped off Enrico, and it holds. All of the 4 players left guaranteed 29.5k. Now Van Rooten under the gun with the Queen 8 suited. He's now 3rd in chips. He's 3 of 4. Close average stack with 21 million. Average is 24 million. He's going to make it 1 million. Big blind is 800k. Now Frederick, 2nd in chips, 23 million. Average stack. Folds. Pair 2's in the lead here. Any ace, any 4, any 5. Good for Van Rooten. But Enrico take down the 2 million pot. That's your chip leader. That is Enrico Zondig. Left hand side of your screen, and now center your screen in the big blind position is Frederick under the gun. The Powell Kovacic. He's the shortest stack. 10 million. Van Rooten on the button makes it 2 million. Enrico will be tempted here. Queen Jack. calls. And Frederick with a suited ace, getting a big price. He makes the call also. Three-way, 993, 2 diamonds. It's good for tens. No overcards. I expect Van Rooten to continue. He'll go for a small sizing, I'd imagine. There's over 10 in the pot, so 3 million bet is about 27-28% of the pot. The blinds, the graphics, just a little bit askew here with the blind level being described as 300k, 600k. In fact, it's 400, 800. And Frederick folds. Van Rooten takes down another pot, brings him up to second in chips. Now, Van Rooten, under the gun, the ace-3. Enrico on the button, should be opening here. Looks like 1.8 million. And a 3-bet shove in the small blind from Frederico with the pocket eights. Cavachu quickly folds the king-jack suited. Frederick takes down the pot. Button moves, blinds posted, 400, 800. It's pretty tense. Big money at stake, all guaranteed close to 30,000, but it's 74,000 up top for the winner. These payouts are pretty crazy if you consider the buy-in, just €250. That was the buy-in to this Benelux Classics main event. 4 remain from close to 2,000 entries. $1.2 million button raise from Frederick with the 10-7 of hearts. Van Rooten with the Queen-9 in the 9 position. Surprised he didn't defend there with the Queen-9. Frederick takes down another pot and he's doing nicely here. He's come back from the brink. Frederick, do you remember he was all in with the ace-king versus the kings? Short stack to the right of your screen. Paul Cavachu on the button position now. So under the gun, Frederick, he'll be folding the king-4, I expect. And Cavachu folds also, just 8.5 million in Cavachu stack. 8.5 bigs. A walk for Enrico, he'll take it. 2.1 million raise. Frederick makes the call with the Jack 9. Enrico, Jack 5, he'll continue here. End of hand. Enrico will put in a small continuation bet. Can't see Frederick. Sticking about any longer. Enrico on the button here with the King 10. Now, this is the big stack. Enrico still in pole position. Frederick on the button here with the Queen 10. He's gone up the gears nicely. Frederick, 2.2 million raise, and both blinds fold. We're just looking at Paul Kovachew's stack there, and he's sub 10 bigs. Under the gun, Frederick opens King Jack, gets the short stack to fold an ace. Enrico in the big blind position with 10-8. Makes the call. Good shot for Enrico. Backdoor spades. Frederick has missed. Jack on the turn. Double gutter for Enrico. Top pair for Frederick. 7 or queen for a straight for Enrico. Snap call here from Frederick. 4 spades. Enrico missed. 10 high, not going to win. I think he shuts down. And Frederick goes for value, but it's end of hand. Enrico down to 37 million. He's lost about 15, 16 million. And Frederick up to 30 million. Ball moves in. And he gets called. Jack 6 versus King Jack. Worst case scenario, literally, for Paul Kovacic. He's absolutely crushed here. Frederick made the correct call. Paul Kovacic just really didn't get going this level whatsoever. Well, Kovacic hits a 6. He's run pretty good. That's incredible. He's escaped. I understand why he moved all in there. He's posting big blind ante next hand. So he wants to get max value. And he does. Let rip with Jack 6. He was unfortunate to run into King Jack. But then he was super fortunate to hit the 6. Doubles up. And he's up to about 12.5, 13 million. Blinds 400k, 800k. Now, Van Rooten, ace 10 under the gun, makes it 1.9 million. Paul Kovacic in the big blind with King Jack. He's going to continue. He's considering a 3-bet shove here, and he does. He's going to get called. I like this guy, Van Rooten. He don't mess around. Good awareness. Knows that Kovacic can be doing this from quite a wide range. Kovacic all in once again. But he's pretty cool, Kovacic, at escaping. He's a bit of a Houdini artist. Not much in this. 60-40. Well, that's incredible. King Jack. Flops. Pair and an open ender. Ace no good for Van Rooten. Needs a king or a 10. Trips or straight himself. And this is incredible. Paul Kovacic doubled through Frederick a couple of hands ago, and now doubles through Van Rooten. 4 players still in the mix. That's the scoreboard. 13 million for Van Rooten, the short stack. Kovacic up to 23 million. Frederick 24 million. Still on top Enrico, but these stacks are a lot closer together. Blinds 400, 800k, but this blind level will expire. Just maybe 5 or 10 minutes left in this blind level before we move to the 500k, 1 million blind level. Now, Paul Kovacic, ace jack suited, small blind. I love it. Limp, trying to induce. Van Rooten doesn't fall for it. He flicks the chips to the dealer. We're going to go to a flop. Kovacic first to act. He's missed, but he's the 2 overs and the back doors. I think Van Rooten acted out a turn here. No, he didn't. Well, he did, I know. He has to let Paul act first. Paul check calls 1.5 million. Bet from Van Rooten. 9 on the turn. Van Rooten has to shut down here. Check back from Van Rooten. And now Kovacic with a decision. Does he go for value or does he go into check call mode? Van Rooten checks back the 7 high. And coming towards the top like a rocket, this guy, Paul Kovacic, most experienced on the table. A real handful. Exemplary display of skill when it was down to 7. Handed, it was incredible. It was like he was the big stack on the table. Now Frederick under the gun with the king queen. Frederick's done well. He really has. He's gone up through the gears. 2.4 million. 3x open with the king queen. This should get things done. Having said that, Enrico does have a suited king in the big blind. So I think we're going to see a defend from the Dutch chip leader. Yeah, I expect this is the end of hand. Enrico, check folding. Frederick with the good shot. Pretty tense out there, but the pay jumps are huge. I mean, it really is. Big score for all of these players. 74k up top. This is just for a 250 buy-in. So regardless of your bankroll, it is significant payday. So I get it. It's tense. It's taut. All these 4 players, they have big opportunity to earn big money. And they want to maximize this opportunity. One slip, one mistake, and they're finished. They're busted. They're on the rail. No decision really here for Frederick. But he wants to take the opportunity to find out what's in the stack size of Van Rooten. Well, it doesn't look like 10 million to me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, perhaps. Yeah, he's up to about 10 or 11 million. And new blind level, 500k, 1 million. Yeah, he's about 12 million in a stack. Van Rooten on the button is still the chip leader, about 36 million. Frederick second in chips, and Paul Kovacic close to average. Enrico, he's been dragged back into a real dogfight, Enrico, but believe me, well qualified. Federico limping with the 5-3. Both Federico and Kovacic, both similar stack sizes, both an average stack. Kovacic getting a free flop with the 10-5, he'll take it. Blind level is 500k, 1 million. This is Paul Kovacic limping in with the 10-6 and Van Rooten with 10-5 in the big blind indicates that a dealer to peel a flop. Kovacic favourite here. Ace 8-8. Well, firm favourite now. Van Rooten dead to a chop. Kovacic close to 30 million. Average is 24 million. Now Frederick under the gun with the 6-5. Van Rooten moves all in. Enrico snaps them off with the 6-5 suited. Well, this is a bit light, but I guess given the size of the all-in rip, I still think this is a little bit light, this 6 high. Flush draw for Enrico. He is now favourite, be it very slight. And now big favourite. It's a 5 on the turn. Nine on the river for Van Rooten. I thought this was a little light from Enrico. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, about 10 million. That's pretty light. 6, 7, 8, 9. About 9 million. All in. Enrico. I'm not sure about the call. I'm really not. Looks like 9.1 million. He looks like a genius if it works. But Van Rooten gets the double. Now, Kovacic, pocket fours, under the gun, makes it 2.2 million. Enrico, well, I mean, it's crazy to think he's now the short stack. It's pretty even all round. Not much to separate these four players, all have guaranteed, of course, close to 30k. Fours still in the lead, but Frederick with the flush draw. Kovacic continues, but Frederick going nowhere. May even check raise here. Paul Kovacic folds. Enrico on the button with the ace-4 suited. Frederick in the small blind, king-9 off. And a Paul Kovacic in the big blind, getting pretty big price to defend with the king-3. So we're going to go three-way. 5-5-7, everyone's missed. But advantage here for Enrico. Pre-flop aggressor. Frederick looks like he may donk lead here, but he does check. Powell in the big blind. Well, this is the kind of flop that should be hitting his range, so he's going to lead out, and I think he's going to win this. 2.6 million bet. Enrico folds and Frederick. King-9, no pair, no draw. I expect Frederick will just let this one go. It's incredible how alert this guy is, Paul Kovacic. Every potential opportunity, he jumps on it. And we just seen that demonstrated there with his defending the big blind, and his lead out gets the job done. Now Enrico under the gun, ace-4. Enrico's the short stack now. Folds ace-4. Frederick on the button with the queen deuce off suit. Kovacic won't be folding ace-3. Makes it 2 million with the big blind at 800k. Well, 2.5 million in fact. Van Rooten. I expect him to fold this queen 6, he does. And now 31 million. A little bit of distance between Kovacic and the other players. Frederick under the gun. Frederick is thinking, guys are looking for a break. Now, what could they possibly want to break for? Oh, well, this is huge. Van Rooten, ace queen, small blind. Raise. Queen 10 for Enrico. He's going to defend with the Queen 10. Enrico. Well, both these guys have the same stack size. And that's a double gutter for Enrico. This could be huge. Could be absolutely massive, this pot. Van Rooten continues. Why would he not? He thinks he's all over this, and he is, but Enrico has a bunch of equity and a king and a 9 for the straight. Van Rooten in big trouble. Moves in, snap call, unbelievable. Both with the same stack size. Monster pot. 2 short stacks, get it all in. Enrico defended with the Queen 10. Flopped a double gutter. Hit the king to make the nut straight. And now Van Rooten drawing dead to a chop. It's over, I think, for him. While the graphics saying he's 300,000 behind. The dealer will make the count. It's very close. And that is pretty harsh run out. Brutal turn card for Van Rooten, who's put in a superb performance. Well, he is covered. He is covered. Say goodbye to all 3 remaining players who I believe are going on a quick break. We're back in 10 minutes.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally,
Welcome back. Three-handed. 3 players remain. We just lost the Dutch player Jaap van Rooten in 4th place. He did receive close to 30,000. But now just 3 remain. This is the Benelux Classics main event. You're watching Paul Kovacic on the button here with the ace-10 of hearts. This is Enrico. These guys have been absolutely top drawer, in my opinion. Enrico, Paul Kovacic. Frederick has done superbly. He's gone up through the gears nicely. But I think the story of this final table, apart from perhaps Anna Maria Iordache, who just ran pretty brutal, really, I think these 2 guys who have been real standout players. Of course, there was a load of talent. Robert Uduna. We mentioned already the 4th place finisher. Van Ruten. But I mean, it really was a quality final table and loads of poker still to be played. Now, action. Kovacic has moved in here with the ace-10. Enrico raised on the button. Frederick put in a couple of million, but Kovacic pulled the trigger, takes down the pot. Big moment here. Enrico with sevens. Frederick, ace-8. It looks like it's all in. It is indeed. Look at this. Frederick hits his ace, but Enrico has him drawing pretty much dead by flopping a set. Full house, it's over. Well, it's not, because an ace or a queen would work. 8 on the river. Enrico flops a set. I mean, it all went in pre. Certainly would have went in on the flop. Players are playing pretty aggressive since their turbo break. Third place finisher, you got to hand it to Frederick. He put in a marvellous display. He really did. Went up through the gears when he needed to. But he's come up short in the end. He does get a podium finish. But we called these two guys, we earmarked both of them. I know it's crazy to say this, but like 2-3 tables out, we earmarked both of these guys as potential podium position finishers. In fact, one of the viewers actually put it in writing. Can't find the chat. Someone copy and paste it. It'd be cool if you could do that. Forget which of the viewers called it. Kovacic, pocket fives, all in here. Enrico on the button with the 7-3, but he's not going to call. He wants to, but he can't. It looks like it's not going to take much for the money to go over the line here. Now, Enrico. 9 deuce, backdoor diamonds. But Kovacic connects with the board, has position, check, bet, fold. Kovacic getting very close. There's not much in this. Yeah, Apocalypse, knew it was you, sir. Don't know why. I doubted you for one split second. Yeah, they've been really top class, I have to say it. Usually, like these smaller buy-ins, the field is littered with recreational players, and always you get several players down to the final table who are, you know, novice players. This has been a particularly high standard for the buy-in level, 250. Really super impressed. All day, like 3 tables, real decent. Real decent skill level. And I think, like, we have to mention, like, pretty much everyone at this final table. Tim the schoolmaster, he nursed that short stack pretty well. Van Rooten, of course, went out in 4th. Fernando, I mean, he was quality. And then there was Johannes Kissel. And then, as we mentioned earlier, Robert Duna and Anna Maria. Now, what's going on here? Jack 5 in the lead. This will bring both players pretty much on par, 49 million to, well, 45 million to 53 million. Enrico, 4-3 on the button. Limps. Kovacic checks his option, 10-5. Now this is a big flop for both. Pair is huge, heads up. Kovacic has made a pair. Enrico, the open ender. Queen on the turn. Enrico on the button, checks back, free card, makes his straight, and I think Kovacic will pay him off because Enrico just limped in. You would expect an ace to raise, so this ace won't bother Kovacic too much. So I think he calls this bet, Kovacic. Big moment in the tournament. This is sizable. 5.8 million. 4th pair. I'm thinking he calls because Enrico just limps, so any ace and a king and a queen you would probably hear from. Wow, gets away. He's figured it out. Not so sure he put him on a straight, but just felt he went behind. chip leader Enrico. Both of these players have secured themselves a real decent payday, €47,000 for a €250 buy-in. I mean, it's ridiculous return on investment over a weekend, and that happens every weekend here in King's Resort. I mentioned earlier about the festival that's kicking off later in the week. The Poker Stars Eureka Poker Tour coming back to King's Rozvadov, record-breaking regional tour, and it holds a 2 million guarantee. Crazy. 2 million over 10 days. Main highlights of that festival: the Bounty Hunter, which is the opening tournament, 400k guaranteed, and then we go into the Eureka warm-up, which is a 550 buy-in, 200k guaranteed payout for that. And that leads nicely into the Eureka main event, which is 1,100 guarantee. $1,100 buy-in, 1 million guarantee, should I say. Now, Paul Kovacic in the big blind with ace-4 of hearts. Enrico, well, he's going to fire again on this king-queen board. Raise pre. But Kovacic with ace-high. Backdoor hearts, but check folds. Enrico taking control here of the heads-up battle between these two top-class players. Also, we have a high roller, which is 2,200, 150k guaranteed. And there's a splash of side events supporting the festival right through, including some nice juicy Omaha games. There's one of them with a 30k guarantee for a 300 buy-in. So if you're looking for live poker in the next 10 days or so, well, the UKIPT, well, it's, sorry, not the UKIPT, it's the Eureka Poker Tour in King's Rozvadov. That's the place to go. 2 million guaranteed. And then the beginning of June, the Masters Poker Open, the Deutsche. DACH. Dutch, Austrian and Swiss Masters. That kicks off first week in June here in the resort. All the information on the website. Go to kingsresort.com. Something every week. Now, Kovacic makes top pair. Enrico, bottom pair. Check raise from Kovacic. Enrico, bottom pair. No hearts on the board, I think. Can let this one go. Well, here we go. Coverture on the button. 2 million raise. Enrico with the queens. How does he play it? Well, he's going to raise. Make it 5.5 million. Jack deuce, just too weak to continue. Enrico takes down the pot. Enrico, very popular player, started the final table second in chips to Kovacic. Was interesting, like first, second and third who started the final table finished in the top four. These were the first and second in chips, and both of them are heads up. Third in chips was Van Rooten, and he finished fourth. Fernando. Then, I mean, it was crazy with the queens. He ran into the aces early doors. Now, 2.5 million button raise from Enrico with the suited connectors. And look at this. Free bet from Paul Kovacic. Gets 6-5 of spades to fold. Paul Kovacic. Well, I understood that Enrico folded the 6-5, but it's actually called the raise, and he's flopped the world here. He's flopped trips. Kovacic drawing dead. Does he keep going? That's the question. 25 million in the pot. Paul Kovacic. He does fire again. I'm watching Enrico just smooth call here. Well, Enrico pulls the trigger, ends the hand. I felt he might. He was sure all the money would go in. He put Paul Kovacic on a big hand there. But I think if he just calls, I think Paul just empties the clip on the river. And that's our chip leader, Enrico Zondik. Big character, big personality in the Dutch poker world. And here, heads up. Can he finish the job against the Romanian professional, Paul Kovacic, who's really top class? Enrico starting to hit the boards now. Flops 2 pair. Kovacic with none of this. Kovacic loses another one. And now a 4-1 chip advantage for Enrico Zondig. Asking Paul, is there any big chips hidden there? Powell with about 20 million, little less in fact, and Enrico Zandik on the button here. Suited Queen's going to open. Well, he limps with the suited Queen, and Powell checks his option. Bottom pair for Powell. 10 on the turn. Enrico. With none of this, Powell now leads out. Enrico lets him have it. Button moves. If you've just tuned in and you're wondering what you're watching here, this is a live broadcast from King's Resort. This is the Benelux Classics main event, and you're watching two top class players battle it out for the title. And 74,000 in fact, first place payout. Of course, the top payouts here include a World Series of Poker Europe main event seat, which is valued at 10,350. So apologies, we seem to have lost the sound for a moment. Paul Cavaccio limps in with the 8-5. Enrico, you might just move in here with the pair. These pairs go up in value. Heads up, of course. Cavaccio limp folds. Enrico Zundik with a very sizable 4-1 chip advantage. So bear with us, we'll sort out the audio. Both these guys have locked up 47,000 euro. King 9 on the button. And Rico makes it 2.5 million. Cavaccio calls pretty light here. Jack 5 offsuit, but it is heads up, and you can't sit back and hide. You got to come out and play. And Cavaccio flops top pair. Enrico with the gut shot to the straight. Cavaccio check raise all in, and it's an interesting one because Enrico Zondag will consider calling this. Sometimes King High is good here. 8-9 does this. And our sound issue restored. Our sound is back, should I say. Paul Cavaccio on the button here, the Romanian. With an ace on the button. Raise incoming for sure. $2.5 million. Oh wow, Enrico Zundik. Ace Queen suited. It could go in, you know. It wouldn't be out of the question. Heads up Any hand containing an ace is super strong. All in, Enrico announces. And this is a real test for Paul Kovacic. He's thinking, he keeps folding big hands like this to raises. He's going to be exploited big time. Well, he makes the call. He's not going to be happy when he sees ace queen. You can see the expression on his face. He's dominated, but he's come back from behind before. Enrico Zundik, the Dutch master. Can he finish it? Paul Kovacic looking to hit a 3. 9 on the turn. Big moment. Enrico about to win the Benelux Classics. He does it. He finishes the job. Paul Kovacic leaves the arena. You can see he's disappointed. He just didn't run well in that heads-up battle. Both were top quality. We have a Dutch winner of the Benelux Classics 2022 main event. And look who it is, Zhong Chen, the Dutch pro, right here in the resort, congratulating Enrico. Big moment. This is really fantastic. This event was top quality. And it's a great moment to share with your friends. Robert, congratulating him. Real strong Dutch representation here at this festival, always is. That's a pretty cool moment for this guy. I'm happy for him. He deserved it, that is for sure. I mean, it was hard to call, like, there was several players who could have won this event on that final table. We did earmark this gentleman along with Kovacic, who was runner-up. David Vick, just discussing that the media will need to do an interview. We'll need a winner's photo. 74,000 euro, which is pretty cool return on investment. This is just a 250 euro buy-in. And that's the story here in Kings every week. Big winners for small buy-ins, huge guarantees. And this was a 400,000 guarantee, 411,000 total in the prize pool. Enrico Zundik, the winner, runner-up, Paul Kovacic. Third place was Frederick from Belgium. Fourth place, Van Ruten. Fifth was Robert Beduna. Sixth, Anne-Marie Yordache. Just as we list out the finishing positions of the players, we can see an interview on the sideline. Seventh was Johannes Kissel. Eighth place, Tim the Schoolmaster. And ninth, well, Tim the Schoolmaster was ninth. Eighth was Fernando. Both went bust in the same hand. It's been a super event. I really enjoyed it. Thanks for tuning in. I'm going to sign out now. Back soon. Keep in touch. Go on the website kingsresort.com for all the info. But from me and from Kings Resort, It's good night.